Okay, welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into access restrictions to public lands and waterways. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benaziak. I'm Chair of the Committee. I asked everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, so I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I just welcome and thank our first witness for taking the time to give evidence. Could you please state your position, name, position, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
My name's Ned Makem. I'm the National President of the Australian Pig Doggers and Hunters Association. I'd like to swear an affirmation if I can. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement there before we get to questions?
Yes, if that suits you.
Yeah.
So, Chair and members, thanks for the opportunity to speak. The Australian Pig Doggers and Hunters Association represents nearly 5,000 ethical regulated hunters nationwide. That's more than 1,750 in New South Wales. We strongly support improved access to New South Wales public land and waterways for managed purposes, including pest control, using proven safe methods that are operating in New South Wales state forests and, importantly, under a deed of agreement with the Northern Territory Government for national parks access, which has functioned successfully for more than a decade. Our message today is fairly simple. Expanded public land access can be safe, structured, transparent and beneficial in relation to conservation objectives and the community. Managed hunting access is not a theoretical concept, it's working now in various jurisdictions. Under the Northern Territory deed, we have strict permitting, reporting, safety protocols, annual planning, cultural exclusions and data sharing. This model protects the environment while strengthening feral animal management at zero cost to the taxpayer. Restrictions to access should be based on science and safety, not inconsistency between agencies. I can expand on what I mean by that in a second. New South Wales public land hunting has a 20-year record with zero serious injuries and significant pest management outcomes. The benefits of hunting are measurable. In 2024, rec hunters removed over 5.3 million feral pigs nationally, 1.6 million of those in New South Wales, adding more than 327 million to regional economies. More managed access increases these returns to the landscape and the economy in our view. We'd also like to partner with the state government and through the National Parks and Wildlife Service to engage young hunters and outdoor families in wildlife awareness, conservation values and monitoring activities through a jointly developed app. We think there's an opportunity there to cross-pollinate. We see this as a pathway beyond isolationism and conflict and towards shared stewardship of the landscape. We're ready for a collaborative governance and genuine partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Makem. So the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions, so the questions will come from anywhere, including we've got a couple of our members online.
Yep.
So I might just kick off and then I'll throw to anyone else that wants to have a go. So in your submission, and in your opening statement, you talked about inconsistencies in public land access rules. So what would, in your view, what would be some simple reforms that New South Wales could undertake to probably bring clarity without compromising safety or conservation?
Okay, so our body thinks that there's a perfectly effective system working through the state forest hunting legislation. That's which allows for people to book in to hunt. They have to be licensed, they have to undertake training, these sorts of things. I recognise that the challenges sometimes in moving one concept from one department to another. I don't think that should be the reason not to do something, though. I think it's worth looking at what could be learned from that experience, particularly the safety record. I think it's outstanding. What could be learned from that in relation to, in our case, what we're not looking to have people with rifles, bows, dogs hunting in heavily used national parks. I don't know what the most popular national parks. What we're talking about specifically is some of the new country, particularly in the western part of the state, that's been acquired but hasn't been yet, say, gazetted or developed in any way. There's going to be a period there of cleaning up some of the pest issues. We think that the isolationism that I've talked about and the incongruity between departments is you can have one. There doesn't appear to be an overall state approach to using recreational hunters as part of the process. There's discussions about that, but we think that the first and best example is the public land hunting system in state forests could provide at least a blueprint for hunting as a pest control tool in some of the national parks of state. And we think specifically in relation to national parks and pig hunting, we try to stay within our lanes because that's what we know about. We've got the Northern Territory model as a deed of agreement there, which I made available in my submission, that lays out how that can be achieved. It's been popular and successful in the Northern Territory, not the least of which is because it's they have a much smaller public service body and they don't have the people to cover the sort of land area that they need to, and there is a high level of awareness of cultural values in a lot of that land. We think that can be transferred to some of the thinking in New South Wales.
Okay, and just on that NT deed agreement, what parts of that do you think are probably the most easily transferable to New South Wales, and which ones do you think would need more adaptation or negotiation to get across the line?
I accept that it would all need negotiation and polishing to fit the New South Wales model. Every jurisdiction is different, but I don't see any reason why the entire document can't be considered. The differences in New South Wales and the Northern Territory, of course, is that although we have a great deal of remote country in New South Wales, it's nothing like the remoteness of some of the areas in the Territory. There are greater threats to your life in the Northern Territory, more things that want to eat you and hurt you. Here it tends to be more incidental. We think that model, bearing in mind that it's been, we did a 10-year trial, and then that was changed to the deed of agreement, and that was based on just no accidents, no dramas, no significant breaches, etc. We think that model could be almost instituted as it is, but I would take greater advice from better legal minds than we have.
Mm. And just still on that theme, you talked about cultural heritage protection and how that works with that NT agreement. Can you give more detail about how that works, particularly in your, I guess, field of expertise when you're hunting with dogs? You're not just hunting with humans, and you're dealing with an animal.
Sure.
As part of that process.
So some of the issues in the Territory are about the damage that pigs, etc., will do to a culturally sensitive area, and some of it is about, I guess, the sanctity of some of those cultural areas. The TOs, they're the traditional owners. They're consulted directly, and basically whatever they want, we do. because we consider it that they have the say. It's not just open slather. So if we have an area, like this, there might be a percentage of that area that is considered culturally sensitive. Usually that's on a site-by-site basis. There will be a discussion, and it might be kill all the pigs you can. They're pigs, of course, rub on things and dig things up. They can destroy, same as buffalo, they'll destroy paintings, they'll destroy, eventually they'll destroy carving marks and shears, sharpening areas and things like this, especially in the sandstone country. Or they will say, no, we just don't want anything happening there that's, effectively a church, a graveyard. It's a. I'm just trying to put it into terms that that might be more understood readily in Sydney, say, than Kakadu. There might be some areas that are just off limits, because they're just, and then that's, once we know that, then we would work out a perimeter around that. So when we're using dogs, they're all satellite tracked anyway, you know where they are. There's also a relative distance that if they're out at a certain distance, right, I've got to get that dog that could, encroach on that land. But if you've got an area around that land that's a sort of a safety zone, then we just adhere to that. Dogs being dogs, they will cross, but it's about the mutually agreed outcomes, and the intent is what matters at first level, to comply with that and to understand why that area is sensitive. There's an opportunity for education there, and an opportunity for greater understanding between cultures. If we focus on the where do we stay out of, we get told where to stay out of, and we stay out of that area. We also get told why. And we're open to people having to demonstrate that they understand that. So in New South Wales, that might be more of a thing. See, in the Territory, there's fewer people. A lot of people know one another. But if you have someone going out to an area and say Western New South Wales that has a particularly sensitive area, the traditional owners there or the custodians may want to see that people understand what the issue is, and that might require some training, some sort of process, some sort of education. We're very open to all of that.
Okay, thank you. Looking for other members to ask questions. Mr. Barrett?
Thanks, Mr. Makem. The deed of agreement you've got up there, does that apply only... It's just your members that are the beneficiaries?
That's how
of
it's
this?
done at the moment, yes.
Are there other deeds with other organisations in the Northern Territory?
Yes, is the short version. I don't know whether they're the same as ours, but there is a setup called backcountry hunting, which is modelled almost exactly on the New South Wales system, and they have access to a wider. They're a much bigger group. They have more country, and ours is separate. We're into separate country. We could go and use theirs if we go through the processes that they have, which are very similar to the New South Wales R licence system. We choose to go separately up there, and just for our members, because we have dogs, and sometimes you don't want to mix dogs and other hunters, because they shoot the wild dogs and the dingoes up there. So we try and keep a bit of a buffer. But yes, there's other groups. There's the Northern Territory government is very open to recreational hunters as an economic driver, but also as to support their limited public service staff in pest control. The other benefit, of course, is recreational hunters will go. They don't have to have a meeting and a briefing each time. They book in and they go. So in our case, the guys come and pick up the keys to whatever area. There's a set of rules that apply to whatever area they're going into. Some they can use buggies. Some they're required to carry a firearm because of the buffalo. Buffalo are quite aggressive. And so they have to take that as a safety issue. In other areas, there's no firearms. Some areas, there's too many crocs. So it's, different times of the year you can't go in there. But yes, there's a number of hunting organisations that have access. I think there's a bow hunting group that also does, and everyone operates on a slightly different system. I guess depending on who's originally floated the idea.
And outside of hunters, you said they've got to get the keys from you. Does that mean that other recreational activities are excluded from those areas?
Not necessarily, no. They see the public land is often perceived based on a fairly limited experience of people, in that lots and lots and lots of public land in New South Wales doesn't see anybody ever. There's lots of walking tracks here and there's lovely things to do here, but certainly in Western New South Wales, or even I'm at Inverell, which is in the New England and the Northwest Slopes, there's public land there that doesn't have a foot set on it. So the issue of mixing recreations can be managed just on what, National Parks and Wildlife and others keep records of who's using what area. It could be limited on, outside of this 5K zone, you might be out in the back there. There can be mixed, like in the New South Wales forests, people can go there and bushwalk and things, and people also hunt. That's why there's, I guess, a licensing system and more training. The hunters, and there is mixed activity there, and there's still no accidents, not even a near miss that I'm aware of.
And can I just ask one more question?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask, which sort of other group do you have the most conflict with? And I ask that not to try and start a little war, but what are the areas that we need to do more work on to make sure these areas can be shared?
Oh, we don't have, this will sound weird, but we don't have any conflict in the field. We don't bump into people. And in New South Wales, you've got I'm sorry, I'm very dry. A public land hunting system. There's almost no one else in there. You'll bump into fossickers and people like that. If they know that you're in there, everyone just has a chat and moves on. No one wants people who are using that sort of country, in my experience, want to be by themselves mostly. They do that for the solitude and to pursue whatever their interest is. So in terms of potential conflict, though, I think that would vary from spot to spot. So depending on, say, the Western Country, New South Wales, if it had a big watercourse through it, it could be people who were fishing. They'd need to know that people would be hunting nearby. Likewise, the hunters would need to know that the anglers were there. That might mean that there'd be, say somebody camping for a bit of solitude could be an area of conflict. If suddenly there's people there that they don't know, it could be, jolting for them. Mm-hmm. So that sort of thing would have to be considered in any multi-use sort of things. What we're talking about, particularly in New South Wales, though, is not multi-use. It's areas that have National Parks and Wildlife have bought, haven't sort of got up to a standard yet. There still might be safety issues, learning the country. There might be rewilding going on, emptying dams, taking down fences, that sort of thing. So that's going to go on for a certain amount of time. So we think in that case it would be a good opportunity for us to show how we could mix in well without having to go through the debate and the time it takes to work out the solutions for more closely settled areas. That's why we've specifically looked at that area.
Right, happy to move on, Chair, and come back if there's any time.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I just have a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Makem, for being here and sharing all your knowledge with this committee. Am I correct, is your submission at the moment is your primary interest is to try and find a way that you can access these national park areas in New South Wales?
Yes, national park owned areas. Some of them aren't gazetted.
That's
so
right.
Just to be specific on that, yes. So, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And is it your understanding and awareness, and I think your evidence is consistent with this, that national parks across New South Wales have ecological and geological unique aspects and differences
Certainly.
across?
Yes.
So is it your understanding, therefore, that realistically what would apply in one area might be very different in terms of another area in relation to access and so forth?
Well, yes, the methodology could be the same. The decisive elements could very well be different because there still are very important cultural sites in Western New South Wales, so they're going to vary from site to site. Waterways, limited waterways in Western New South Wales, unless they're big, unless it's been a good season. So concepts like fishing and things like that will vary. But yes, there would be different rules. There might be an overarching set of rules, you know, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt do this. But then there might be things that have to be worked out in conjunction with whoever's managing those areas. In my experience of life, you're better to have the people who are closest to the issue, managing the issue under an umbrella of objectives. But yes, we'd be very much in favour of individual sort of arrangements for different sites.
And do you think it's reasonably foreseeable that there would be some sites that are just not appropriate in terms of the national park estate? Like, I'm thinking what place that's kind of coming to mind now is those Gondwanan rainforests that are World Heritage properties. Would you think that, you're not suggesting, or are you, that there should be some level of access for hunting and pig dogs?
I don't think they should be automatically ruled out, but that's not where we're aiming at the moment. We're just looking at particularly the Western country.
New South Wales.
But they're not in our view, they're not incompatible with having people go in there hunting. There's certainly.
But say not with dogs, say.
Well, no, with dogs. Like
right.
the dogs are. It's not a wolf pack just running free.
No, I'm aware. I have a pig dog son who is that's what he does.
I'm aware of some of your background. Yes.
Yeah.
So it would depend on. There might be areas where they just say no dogs. You know, like if you've got. Regardless of how wonderful the dogs are and well trained and all that sort of thing, it might be considered a risk factor that's just too high.
And just finally from me, you're aware that this has been, obviously from yourself and other people associated with you and people before you, that this has been a matter prosecuted in New South Wales for many, many, many years, and it's just never really been successful. That there's that overarching decision at the end of the day that the National Park Estate is so small relatively to New South Wales at the moment. I think it sits at 10%, so small, and therefore it's, you know, a use of land perhaps that is not for recreational or additional hunting for dogs and hunting. What makes you think that the New South Wales public and the prosecution of this issue might have changed?
I don't know if they've changed. It's an idea that we think has merit. I don't know if there's been objections in the past because of the size of the land available. So I don't know about that statement. I'm not disagreeing. I just don't know that that's correct. One of the reasons, particularly in regional New South Wales, that people are sensitive about access to national parks is there is a belief that national parks harbour a great many pest animals, and there is a belief that there is not enough done to manage them, and that again there is a belief outside the metropolitan area that hunters could be a contributor to that. The other challenge is, I think it is cultural within the public service. And I sit on a pest control committee, and so as a community member, I work in rural areas, and I'm in this position, the APDHA position, and we have representatives of all sorts of agencies, and there is, I don't think it's unfair to say, often challenges in coordinating activity for control of animal between the National Park Estate and the private estate and state forests and things like this, because each, I don't want to be unfair, but different departments have different cultures and different beliefs about their role, and national park country, the perception is that it can be left alone because they have too few staff to engage in the sort of level of broad scale and day-to-day pest control that is needed. Landholders are vociferous in their complaints about that, certainly outside the metropolitan area. And again, I don't have data on whether that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's the mood. We just think it's a good idea, and we'll continue to say it's a good idea. I'm not a political animal, so I'm not sort of going, the time is right. This popped up, and we said, rightio, well, we have evidence in our experience that it can work, and so we'll ask, and then it's up to the committee to make a recommendation. And
I've got one more. Thank you. And I've just got one more question,
no.
Mr. Makem. Thank you. Is what do you say to the evidence that has been presented to across the many forums in New South Wales that recreational hunting can sometimes not assist in the actual reduction or attempted elimination of invasive species across public land?
Well, I think it's people defend their bailiwick, and so they will say what they need to say in a way that makes their previous decisions look wise and all-encompassing. Our evidence, and that hasn't changed, and I'm not having a dig here. The last time we spoke, you mentioned some research that counteracted our research the research we had that hunting didn't disperse or disrupt other programs that were taking place. And you told me that you had, there was newer evidence, and that I'd love to see it. I haven't seen that yet. I would love to pursue that. But the evidence that we have from the research that we can find is that hunting can contribute. It doesn't work to the detriment. That what hunting is best at is having constant pressure. There's chopper shoots are fantastic, extremely expensive, and then not done often enough because they're so expensive. Baiting programs will kill a lot of animals, but the amount of organisation and meetings and things like that have to take place, and then fitting in with the public service schedule, it doesn't happen very much. Trapping programs are super effective. They're the closest thing to your solution, I think, especially in conjunction with hunting. One of the benefits that we have in where I am in the pest control thing is they've specifically employed people who hunt to be contractors, and the yields have gone up because they think differently to other sorts of people. So trapping and hunting, we think, are the things that economically and in terms of effectiveness will have the greatest on-ground effect over the greatest period of time, and with the best economic return. So we're not suggesting that other methods don't work or anything like that. Look, it all works, and it's all got to be done. We just think that hunting needs to be done as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Merton?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Makem, and for sharing your expertise and experience on this. If I could just take you to the part of your submission where we talk about ideology, and I think you've touched on some of that in terms of some of the cultural views held within government departments on this.
Oh, yes.
And I also note that you have shared with us too about the excellent record in safety, administration and productivity. And I'm just wondering whether you might be able to just elaborate a little bit more just about, what evidence do you think, needs to be required sort of by national parks, or just to fairly examine, the expansion of hunting on public land? Or just in terms of building a greater understanding, or...
Well, I think the first step in any level of understanding is meeting with people, and these vehicles are useful because you get to talk to people who are outside the regular circle. My feeling is that the national parks tends to operate in a bit of an echo chamber, and that so whatever the ideas are that are being sort of spun around there, the right ideas, and that's the only place you need to go. It's more like it's more like a war footing in relation to pigs. There are so many pigs now; it's staggering, and we have members who are killing over 100 pigs a night. Now that's happening on a nightly basis, depending on what their work rate is and all that sort of thing. So in some of the country, particularly right now at the end of harvest of cereal crops and so on, pigs become used to the sort of the food source and the cover it affords. And so just after harvest, pigs will still come in to look for grain, but they are still in the mindset that they're covered, that they can't be seen. And I've seen that myself straight after harvesting corn crops. You'll find pigs the next morning just standing in the open, sort of looking at you like, he can't see me. They're a very interesting animal. I'm fascinated by pigs. I'm fascinated by the way their mind works. And most hunters are, because that's part of the obsession. But at the moment, there are so many pigs, and some of that is because of the stop-start nature of formal controls. Hunters are always there. They're always going to hunt. There used to be, when there was an export market for pigs, people didn't have to work at a day job. They could hunt each night and supply the export market. You can make enough money off that to make a living. So there was a lot more pressure on the pigs. That's gone now. That was largely Chernobyl-based. As the pigs stopped glowing in Ukraine and other places and became palatable again, they could use their own pigs. But I think that national parks as an entity needs to be less of a law unto itself. It philosophically, they're doing a very, very important job, but it's sometimes that can limit the vision of what might be able to be achieved by talking to other people. The thing I think that's often misunderstood about pig hunters is, and I often say this, we look like buffheads, but we're not just buffheads. There's a great deal of research and study and sharing of knowledge about pig behaviour and tactics and all sorts of things like that, and that's why if they can get hold of pig hunters to trap, they trap a lot more pigs. But one of the things we say is we always trap the slow, stupid ones first. So you've got to change your trapping technique to get more and more pigs. It's the obsession with the pigs that matters, I think, if you're going to really control pigs. So I don't know what percentage of people in the national parks would be obsessed with pigs, because they're an extraordinarily smart animal and they adapt to us. If we leave a gap in our planning, they just go through that.
Mm-hmm. And you've spoken about feral pigs in terms of pest animals and the economic impact on that.
Yep.
What do we know about that?
In terms of their impact?
Yeah.
I will have to refer to my notes.
Yep.
I know that pig hunters spend $60.67 on average to catch every pig they catch, and that all gets spent in. Sorry, we've got a.
Oh, that's okay. I think you make reference on the bottom of page 3.
Oh yeah. So I'm going to the broader implication.
Yep.
I've got a note there. So thank you. We did a collection of studies and put them into this one thing. There are variations with all things pigs. There are wildly varying estimations of numbers and things like that, and therefore cost. So some of the figures that we have is that there's at least $100 million it costs agriculture every year with pigs. That would be wildly underestimated.
Right.
So we did some basis on that, so that every pig is say worth could be doing either from about $3 damage to $50 damage a day. That's some of the variation, depending on how many pigs there are thought to be. There is no information on how many pigs there are. There's just estimates that vary from 2 or 3 million to 25 million.
Yep, yep.
So we just don't know.
And the damage in terms of the feral pigs and in terms of agriculture would include things like what crops, fencing, damage to fencing,
they'll hunt
hunting
lambs.
stock,
Yeah,
or
they'll hunt lambs.
lambs.
They'll opportunistically take calves.
Yep.
We've got videos galore of Boers hunting lambs and hunting baby goats.
Yep.
They will certainly kill a calf if it's weak, and they'll eventually kill the cow if she can't get up.
Yep.
Like predatory animals, it's not a Disney movie. They don't kill things cleanly and quickly. They just start eating. They kill by eating.
Yeah. And with in the current arrangement, with no access to national parks by sort of by you guys in terms of controlling some of the numbers, we're possibly looking at a concentration of sort of feral pigs in the national parks, and then the consequence on...
Yes, eventually they'll disperse.
Right.
So if if you have a mouse plague in your house, you have to pursue every mouse. You have to use every technique you can. I don't know if you've ever been through a mouse plague. I've been through 2, and they're the most disgusting things ever. The plagues, mice are just mice, they do mouse things. But you have to pursue every one. So to the extent that I always have live catch traps for rats and mice at my house, baited at all times, ever since we've had mouse plagues. So the first one was in '84 that I went through. So we have everything set up to go all the time, and they're, in our world, they're called sentinel traps. The same thing needs to happen with pigs, in that if they are left undisturbed and unmanaged, they just keep breeding and breeding and breeding. And because they breed more like mice or rabbits than other mammals, so eventually pigs will go on exploratory missions. I read a thing once about rats that said that about 10% of rats eventually will just go. They'll just leave home base and just go. And they'll go on an exploratory mission. That's how they spread. And I thought at the time, but gee, there must be some information like that about for pigs. I haven't found it yet. But if you have a core population like that, it will feed out into the more productive land, or the land that's in production, and they will do that damage there. They will stay there. They'll stay where there's food and water and cover. They'll travel from cover to food and water. Water is a central thing they have to have because they can eat anything. So if they're just allowed to sit unmolested in national parks, and that's not to say that national parks isn't trying and doing trying different things, but it's the amount of time and effort and the intellect that's applied to it that limits their results. If those pigs are allowed to just continue to breed, the problem will never go away. They will just feed out again into agricultural land. There'll be outrage by the landholders. There'll be a loss of production. I don't want to blame pigs for how they live because they're just an animal. They just do animal stuff. But when they kill things, it's hideous. It's a hideous thing to come across. Doesn't mean they have to be punished. It just means they have to be controlled. We have to reduce that potential to come out. It's widely known in regional areas that you have to do it on a broad scale, not in a broad scale in a straight line. A broad scale, like a big, round, broad scale, and that will include lots of public land. One of the ways to do that would be to have managed hunting in there, subject to all sorts of rules and regulations and things, provided they could get in there and kill pigs.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much.
Mr. Namber, any questions from you? Mr. Diatta?
No questions from me, Chair.
No? None from Dr. Kane? You have any more, Mr. Barrett, or...?
I did. I sort of slipped them out of my mind at the moment.
I might just throw one and then I'll come back to you if you've got... Can you just talk to us more about this proposed app you you had you spoke about in your opening statement.
We have, yes, we've had an approach from within the organisation because we try to be as family friendly as we can be. The vast majority of pig hunters are male, but that's not all there are, and there's lots more family groups becoming involved. And some of the mothers of these groups who are, or the families involved, approached us and just said, we want to take the opportunity to make it more of an educational experience for the kids, because they do that anyway, and we're talking little kids up to teenagers and things. So you've got them in a camp, or you might be camped for a couple of days, or you've got them in the vehicle with you when you're out hunting. And the approach, and we think it's a good idea. What they wanted was an app, because that's how the kids are thinking of. They can drive apps. I can't even hold a paperclip. But the kids are driving apps. They wanted to have something where they could log things they observe, birds, animals, this, that and the other. At some stage that's going to be a significant thing. They might see a significant thing. Something that would link that to an educational thing on the value of that bird in the environment. Not about hunting, just about this is what's in Australia and this is why this area is important. There might be projects that they could do. There might be, I guess I'm a bit of a fantasist. I imagine this thing where something like that reaches right out and across all the boundaries that we have in, with different organisations and, things like the Taronga Conservation team there. They do work in rewilding and all sorts of other stuff, so that what they want is an app that has credibility and accurate information. We don't think we're equipped to do that in terms of the broad conservation process. We'd like to engage with National Parks and Wildlife to spread the conservation message. Especially young hunters are wide open to that. They're already physically involved in conservation activities by removing the pigs and things, but the parents that spoke to us and asked me to raise this, and I do agree with it, they just said we've got to have the right expertise. We don't want to, I said no disrespect to me, but I might be smart about some things, but I certainly don't know how to set up an app, and I don't know the depths or the breadth it could go to. So we would love to sit down with the properly qualified people who could help us, give us some guidance in this regard. And there could be drawings that they could do. We could run all sorts of little things just at our level to, little competitions to engage the kids. But the educational opportunities would be significant because you've got thousands of kids out there, out of town, in the bush, bumping into, all sorts of things. Like in the last few weeks,
I've gone on this.
Just in my life, I've bumped into koalas, quolls, and that's in a heavily farmed area. People didn't think, certainly quolls. I didn't think there were any quolls where I was. But so there's that sort of benefit. I can't form it up in my head properly. I need people who are better skilled at those sort of things.
It sounds like a citizen science.
Can I
sort
just
of
say,
tool
can I
suit.
just make a comment more
Yeah.
than a question? Are you and your members of your organisation aware of the existing wildlife and apps that are citizen science based, like BioNet, and Taronga Zoo has 10 recommended apps where you can feed in and get things? Are your members aware of that?
They are.
Great.
But the difficulty is that the message they get back from that world is that they're not welcome. Because hunters are evil, hunters are terrible. I've tried to talk about this level of bigotry before. If we were a different cultural group in society, it'd be actionable, some of the things that are said about hunters. So they retreat from that. That's why they've come through me to talk to you guys. And it doesn't say while you're out hunting or doing something like this. They don't exist, the hunting
So they're
kids.
not as inclusive?
Yes.
Okay, I hear you.
And if I could just one final, Mr. Mangan, just one final comment. You make reference in your submission to the consultation processes.
Yes.
And just further to what we were discussing earlier about sort of building a greater knowledge and understanding, by national parks into what you guys do in this. Just if you could elaborate a little bit more, it's presenting here that there's no mechanism for hunter input into national park management.
Yes, the closest, correct.
Yeah.
The closest we've got is the LLS through the Ag Minister has regional pest advisory or pest animal committees, and those regional committees include the LLS and national parks and contractors, and they have the option of inviting in randoms like myself.
Yep.
And others to give them some input. That's the only version that I know of, but I also know from the committees, the meetings I attend, they're quarterly. I think I've seen a national parks guy there once in 3 years because they're very busy.
Right.
And now that might be the case. I don't mean to say very busy like I don't
Yep.
believe them. Maybe that was Freudian, I don't know. But they are. It seems from the outside, it seems like a lower priority, that consultation, because they have the feeling is they have the expertise, and there is debate between different departments about who's easy to deal with, who's easy to coordinate with, who will work on a boundary at the same time, because everyone's got a slightly different protocol. Like, say, the LLS and the national parks use different helicopters, as far as I'm aware. So then there can be a different, we can't get that helicopter and we can't do this because that one's there. So you'll have, it's supposed to be nil tenure, but it's often very tightly held tenure.
Yep.
About where this pest control takes
Thank you.
place.
Yeah. And as stated in your submission, current New South Wales consultation process do not consistently include volunteer conservation hunters or volunteer pest control groups.
Yeah, and I was trying to be as generous as possible there. We don't hear of any.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Barrett, do you want to fire for the last one?
Oh, I do, Chair, but it would be hypocritical of me to ask a question, drag one out after the bell, because it's something that irritates me. So,
All right, well, you feel free to put it on as supplementary.
Thank you very
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Makin,
much.
for
I really do appreciate the courtesy and the opportunity, and I'd love to see it all go somewhere.
Thank you.
Well, we
Thanks
may
very
have
much.
some supplementary questions for you. But
always happy
the
to
committee
do that.
secretary will be in touch, and we'll have some extra time over the Christmas break for you to get them to us. We'll now break for a few minutes, and we'll come back with our next witnesses. All right, welcome back. Welcome our next witnesses. So starting with my first witness on my left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Dr. Darren Kalea. I am the past president of Triple Diamond 4 Drive Club, and current editor of the club on the committee. And I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgibbon.
Yep, my name is Don Fitzgibbon. I'm currently the Treasurer and Public Officer for Triple Diamond. I'm a past President, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks. Mr.
I'm
Thomas.
Craig Thomas. I'm past President of New South Wales ACT 4 Drive, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Lee Dunstan. I'm the current president of 4 Drive New South Wales and ACT, also the president of Black Diamond Recreational 4 Drive Club. I solely, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence that I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Crook.
Morning, my name's Tony Crook. I'm the host of the Outer Side podcast. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And just in that same order, does anyone want to make a short opening statement, say 1 or 2 minutes before we go to questions? No?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
One thing I would like to do, Mark, is to
We'll
acknowledge...
just start with...
Oh, sorry,
Did
Don.
Yeah, that's all right.
Did you want to make a statement first, Mr.?
Yes, I'll make a statement.
Yeah.
I'm the current treasurer, as I said, and public officer of Triple Diamond. I'm a four-wheel drive trainer with the club and spend many days instructing on not only good driving principles, but how as a club we behave in the bush. Born and raised in Sydney, I've spent much of my time immersed in nature, camping, bushwalking, exploring our diverse wilderness areas. These experiences have shaped who I am and what I've become central to how I connect with my family and maintain our well-being. Over my 55 years, I've seen places that I used to be able to visit closed with no real access anymore. I do not want our generation to be the last generation that has access to the bush and wilderness environments. If the government truly wanted to hear to what the major parties signed up federally in terms of these frameworks like 30 by 30, we really need to know how to approach this properly. From research, we're already around 20% of that target, and with a properly managed framework, we can truly work together. Instead of seeing recreational users as the problem, we should see them as partners. 4 drivers, campers, fishers, and all the bodies speaking here today are in the bush every weekend. We're the eyes and ears for national parks and other bodies. We can report damage early, identify illegal dumping or off-track driving, and assist with volunteer maintenance. And we have a record of doing just that, so it's not a baseless claim of what we do as a group, but what we put back into the environment. Unfortunately, what we see for the past efforts of these 2 gentlemen beside me, the community is willing to help and be active, but essentially we've paid lip service by the national parks and some of these other organisations. I think what we need really is an agreement, a formal partnership model that touches on memorandums of understanding between parks, relevant bodies, recreational groups, recognise responsible access as a park value and establishing consultation before closures, track classification and recreation zoning and park plans, manage and mitigate first, permanent closure last. I've done training around track classification in the past through Victorian Association, and Vic Parks once had a great classification program, so I sort of know what I'm talking about from that perspective. Volunteer programs like Adopt a Track, adopt areas where clubs help with drainage, erosion, control, rubbish removal and monitoring, supervised by national parks and relevant bodies. And of course, at the end, clear transparency around closures, published criteria, time-bound decisions and review mechanisms. We are not asking for unlimited access anyway. We are asking for smart, balanced access based on evidence, planning and stewardship.
Thank you. Mr. Dunstan or Mr. Thomas?
Yep. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and voice our concerns about the public lands and all the rest of it. The New South Wales ACT Four-Wheel Drive Association represents all four-wheel drive clubs and has an extensive, diverse membership. The four-wheel drive community has a strong passion for our public space and recreation. We believe in sustainable visitation levels that do not harm the environment. Instead of being seen as a valuable asset to parks with a wealth of skill and knowledge, we are often unfairly labelled as the bad guys, which is a complete misconception. Our membership includes people of all ages and abilities. When discussing access for everyone, the focus often remains on individuals with formal disabilities, overlooking the needs of the elderly and families with young children. Points of interest that were once easily reachable by vehicle are now blocked by maintenance roads and, in most cases, gated kilometres away from the site, making it difficult for older folks and those with young children to visit. This should be a positive experience, but now is just a road too hard to navigate. The four-wheel drive community is a highly mobile organisation that boosts the New South Wales economy by around $4 billion annually through vehicle sales, caravans, aftermarket gear, camping equipment, caravan parks, supporting local businesses, fuel, groceries, souvenirs and local attractions. We spend our money right here in Australia representing true ecotourism. Maintaining access to public land is vital for this trend to continue. Already members are reducing shorter trips with New South Wales and the ACT, opting for longer fuel holidays in other states, which clearly benefits their economies. State forest, unfortunately, we are seeing a decline in land being converted to new forests, even though they offer some of the best outcomes for sustainable renewable timber and still protect our native animals' interests. We suggest studying forests that have been logged for 150 years. What impact does this have on native animals, such as areas are converted into a national park? We know that in other areas, when an area is turned into a national park, the ecosystem has developed over a life of the state forest and can't be changed, as this has devastated effects on native animals and have adapted to the evolving environment. Also, there are areas not to be considered merely as national parks in waiting. Crown lands, it would be helpful to learn more about them and how the public can access the use of these areas. Stagnant Crown lands have licence conditions that are unlikely to be fulfilled due to changes in the industry and social needs. We would like to see these areas utilised more for community purposes. Many of them would be suitable for remote and off-grid camping caravanning. National parks have unfortunately become political pawn, with politicians securing their own interests at the expense of environment benefits and the people, businesses affected by their choices. It is now just a contest to establish more parks than the minister before them, rather than following science-based conservation. We are used to ridiculous claims from Green parties, but when national park directors and ministers start doing it, we believe they've reached a whole new level of deceit. This has caused the national parks to go from being one of the most respected and trusted autonomous organisations in the government to the bottom of a dirty pile. Consultation has become a costly joke, with surveys written to get the answers they want. They consult with user groups at great expense, even create a management plan that reflects overwhelming public opinion, and then present it to the ministerial approval, only to succumb to selfish individuals who disagree and change the management plans and framework to protect their own selfish ideology beliefs. Garden of Stone serves as a prime example. We are witness to complete lack of understanding of what people want from parks. Yet we are wasting vast sums of money on multi-day walks that only a small fraction of the population uses. More people go camping in a single weekend than all the multi-day walks combined in a year. We also know that multi-day walks provide little benefit to local communities who regularly see management plans being ignored by... We regularly see management plans being ignored by parks, especially regarding the upkeep of roads and facilities meant to access them and recreation. Seems these management plans are designed for everyone except parks. We prefer an open, informal camping area with a most basic toilet facility, easily accommodation at minimal cost. There are great examples of politically motivated interference such as Mount Warning, the Great Koala Park, Cooler Tops, Kosciuszko, Moreton Wilderness, and with the Murray River Red Gum being the ultimate in stupidity. And this is just to name a few, all of which have had adverse effects on the environment, people's mental health, and the vitality of surrounding communities. Thank you.
Mr. Crook. Mr. Duncan, you want anything to add?
Thank you. Just a brief thought. Firstly, I sing the same song that the guys next to me sing, but I'd like to acknowledge the tragic death of the firefighter this week for national parks. It's a very sad reminder of how fragile life can be, and our thoughts go out to the family and friends of that gentleman that was killed. I'm sort of going to more concentrate on where we sit from this with national parks, what we've seen in the past, and with the land increasing at a rapid rate, what we envision will be the current trend to continue is that we find that national parks can't manage or maintain and improve the land tenure that they currently within their holdings. And they're adopting a restricted access management is now their standard. And longwall mining land acquisition is counterproductive for long-term health of public land and Australian wildlife, while accelerating the strongholds for feral predators and weed infestations. We sit through management plans will always include long lists of endangered animals and plants to justify parks intervention. My understanding, and I believe most people believe, this should be the highest priority of parks, yet facilitating infrastructure for small minority groups and organisations takes precedence. Yes. For example, as Craig mentioned, the Gardens of Stone were at $60 million and still climbing to provide a multi-day walk and a road to a mining rail tunnel because the state government wanted to give Sydney people a playground. Yet, Urandri Regional Park is still waiting on a proper long-term plan of management, which is 13 years in the making. Yowl, Moreton Wilderness, 30 years of neglect after becoming wilderness is now a wasteland, full of weeds and feral animals and unusable. Yet in the plan of management, and I quote from the Moreton National Park, Buttawang National Park, New South Wales Wildlife Service review in 2021, the area will be used and enjoyed by thousands of people each year. Parks are still affected by the 2019 bushfires and infrastructure remains unrepaired or unreplaced. Walking tracks are now like pavements using non-native products, non-natural walking tracks, increasing rubbish and vandalism. National Parks volunteering has now declined rapidly. And I believe, as Craig said, that parks need to be autonomous from the government and to be inclusive of all recreational users. And remembering that most four-wheel drive tracks that we use are only 2 walking tracks wide. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to attend today. I'm an avid outdoorsman. I am the host of the Outerside podcast. It's a weekly show dedicated to promoting the outdoor lifestyle and encouraging people to spend time in nature with their families, something I'm deeply passionate about, both for the intrinsic benefits to mental and physical health of our community. I've spent my entire life in the Australian bush and coastline. We might be here for a four-wheel drive hearing today, but I'm a bushwalker, a hiker, I camp, I fish, I hunt, and of course, I spend a lot of time in a four-wheel drive. And I strongly believe that time in nature is far more beneficial than time spent in city environments, and I'll do everything in my power to ensure that future generations have the same opportunities I've had in my life to enjoy the amazing public land we have on offer in this state. In late 2024, I launched an e-petition calling for an inquiry into public land access in New South Wales. This petition obtained more than 27,000 signatures from New South Wales residents who are as concerned as I am about the consistent and accelerating reduction in access to public land in this state. The government response to my e-petition indicated that there has been no reduction in public land access in New South Wales, which is quite simply untrue. In my own immediate local area over recent years, I've witnessed reduced or completely restricted access to the following areas: Merrilla State Forest, Jalore State Forest, Noon State Forest, Ben Bullen State Forest, Ourimbah State Forest, McBride's Beach and Blacksmiths Beach. This is but a minuscule snapshot of the true extent of public land access restrictions. I've personally observed the transition of management of these areas to New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service, resulting in immediate and often permanent reduction in outdoor recreational opportunities, with the justification of protecting biodiversity, often with limited data to support these decisions. State forests offer amazing recreational opportunities to our community. Dispersed camping without a booking system or camping fees, firewood collection, campfires, four-wheel drive touring, travelling with dogs, motorbike riding, horse riding, campfires, fossicking and so much more. With every square metre of land handed to National Parks and Wildlife Service, we see a reduction in the opportunities for our community to spend time in the outdoors enjoying their chosen recreational pursuits with their families. The recently declared Great Koala National Park will once again see huge areas of currently accessible public land restricted or locked up in the name of environmental protection based on questionable science at best. There are countless examples of mismanagement of public land by National Parks and Wildlife Service, often blamed on limited resources, and I fear for our future with the seemingly endless pursuit of increasing the size of the National Parks estate. I call on the honourable members of this parliamentary inquiry to take this opportunity to offer full transparency to New South Wales voters. What is the long-term strategy regarding public land access in New South Wales? How does National Parks and Wildlife Service plan to manage the ever-increasing size of the estate? And what is the future for outdoor recreation in New South Wales? Thank you.
Thank you. So the committee is resolved to have free flow questions. So questions will come from anywhere, plus we've got it here, and plus we've got a couple of people online. So just looking to see whether anyone wants to open the batting.
Sure.
Mr. Barrett?
Mr. Fitzgibbon, you spoke in your speech about the sort of volunteer, the work that you can do as a club to improve access through work on tracks and that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Are you doing that at the moment? And are there restrictions about what you can and can't do as far as improving a road in a state forest? Or
We've actually been, as a club and as an association, we've been involved in quite a number of different clean-up activities, track maintenance activities, tree planting, those sorts of things, especially down in Abercrombie. I think Lee was probably one of the guys that was responsible for arranging that. So yeah, there has been effort from our side to work with national parks and those sorts of bodies to actually, work on the land and help people with track maintenance. It just seems to be that there's a lot of effort from our side going forward, but not a lot of return from, the promise of, if we do this, we'll give you access to that. And whilst there has been one area in Abercrombie that's sort of been given to us, it was more of as for access, that is, keyed access. It was a little bit barren, no flowing river, so no toilets. So it was really a bit of land down the bottom of a valley. And whilst it was a nice sort of area and a nice park, it's not what we're after. We're after a true bipartisan arrangement, but we want to keep areas open, and we do. I mean, driving tracks instantly keeps tracks open. I mean, you go down a track, you see a fallen tree, there's been a storm through, you clean that up, you move it off the track, and you keep on driving. Now that could be as much as what you do. You start closing down those sorts of trails, and as Leah said before, with certain areas that get closed, things get overrun. Suddenly, a fire truck needs to get down the track, and then suddenly there's trees all over the place, and they've got to start cleaning that up. So it becomes an endanger to that environment or that area if you're trying to fight fires or keep maintenance out open.
You talked about keyed access there. More broadly, are you happy to have done this work, this track maintenance on a certain area, and then have other users use that area? Like, we've spoken a little bit pejoratively about hikers and that sort of stuff, but would you be happy to be responsible for maintaining tracks in some area if that was then open up for hunters or horse riders or bushwalkers?
I think, if I don't mind, Lee can answer that from an
absolutely.
association perspective.
So the area that we're speaking about in Abercrombie was an area that we helped National Parks take over. The land was given to them from Crown Lands, and they did not have the financial ability to manage or repair that land. So the Four-Wheel Drive Association have done that, and we had keyed access to that. We actually run our own key system on that. That area is not exclusive just to Four-Wheel Drive Club members. We do run the booking system for other organisations to use that. There's a military club. There's a cherry picking club that go down there. There's quite a few other clubs that use it, but they do book it through us. And it's been an opportunity for us to showcase the ability of our members. We've been there now for 11 years, and we've enhanced the property. And at not one stage have we had any off-road driving in that area. Or any complaints back from National Parks. The only thing we've ever got back from National Park is praise for the way that the property is actually managed and maintained. So that's where Don's coming from that side of it. Now, to add to the volunteering side of it, is our association was very, very strong, and we probably had one of the biggest volunteering groups to National Parks. And one of the benefits that we had is we're a very mobile organisation. We use four-wheel drives. We're set up for remote camping, so it didn't matter where we needed to go. We could bring clubs from all over New South Wales to have a hard hit at an area. The VIP system came in from National Parks, participation program, and it just brought red tape, more and more red tape into it, and the management rights of the parks rangers that were coordinating it was removed from them, and it had to go back through a central organisation in Queanbeyan. And because of that, they needed to know people's names, all of their personal details. And at the end of the day, not everybody is a fan of national parks, but everybody that's in a four-wheel drive club is a fan of their club. So they will support their club in the actions that their clubs are doing. If that is doing national parks work, then they're supporting the club, not so much national parks, and they refuse to give their information to an organisation that they were supporting from volunteering. It was questioned to us, it was about insurance, but our association has its own insurance, and in the past insurance has never been an issue between the two organisations. So it's been difficult, and we've seen a slow decline of that ability to be able to work with national parks, and the more land tenure they take on, the less that ability is to coordinate efforts. And our guys love national parks. It's our future, as same as state forests. We're very, very passionate about it, and we want to enhance our national parks. We are not there to destroy it. We don't want to camp in a bog hole. So that's our plan. But we're just we're removed from that picture.
Mr. Crook, if I may, can I just come back to your comments about the proposed national park up the mid-north coast there? Because what you said seems to buck the narrative that we're hearing, that this transition to a national park is going to bring lots of tourism dollars into town. You were sort of suggesting the opposite, that we're going to lose opportunities for tourism in that area.
Absolutely. Having spent many, many weeks four-wheel driving in those particular areas, they're not exactly accessible areas on foot in a lot of instances. The evidence suggests to us in every previous situation where state forest land has been handed to national parks, we have not seen an increase in access. We've seen an absolute reduction. Locked gates, restrictions, and a reduction in recreational opportunities. I'd love to see some data on how this proposed tourism is going to actually come to fruition. How are people going to access this? Having spent hours, hundreds of hours in those areas, and I'm yet to see a koala, I'd love to see how that this is going to guarantee that there's going to be this, koala-based tourism in those particular areas with an extra 176,000 hectares of what is very difficult terrain.
Okay, I'll hand on, Chair, and come back if there's more time.
Yeah, sure. I might just ask a couple before I throw it over to my colleagues there. A lot of your submissions and opening statements have referenced, I guess, specific examples: McBride's Beach, Merilla, Goolawah National Park, Abercrombie, etc. What are some common themes in terms of, I guess, behaviours or how these closures have occurred or come upon you? Like, is there a common theme or a common technique or strategy used in how these closures occur that you can pinpoint? That's an open, slather question to anyone.
Can I have a go at that?
Yeah.
There is a common theme where we found about probably 7 or 8 years ago, someone wrote a plan of management for a national park up north, and it was dubious to say the least, where it was full of things that didn't exist in the area. And it was questioned, and it wasn't just questioned by us, it was questioned by some of the green groups as well. And the result that we got back from that was the ranger who wrote it said it, so therefore it must be. There's no backup or anything like that. It comes down to the ranger who's in charge or who's writing the plan of management becomes the overruling thing. So we've seen, because they sort of got away with that, we've seen an expansion of that, where other ones go, well, so if you look at a beach, for instance, they've Googled what damage can a four-wheel drive do to a beach. Now, we know all the damage that four-wheel drive can do to the beach. It depends on the beach, it depends on a whole bunch of different things. So they take half a dozen things from around the world and then apply it to one part of like 500 metres of beach, which may not fall into any of those categories. They do it with animals. They go, okay, well, here's a list of animals that could be endangered. They actually don't have to verify those animals are there. We know that some places they've said a koala's in danger. It was a coastal place. There's never been a koala there in a million years. With Goolawah, we had all of a sudden you couldn't go on the beach because there was turtles nesting there. There was a turtle washed up on the beach 65 years ago, so therefore there's turtles on the beach. Bird life. So it becomes down to them saying what they want to say without having to support it in any way. Some of the scientific facts that they use are reports done at the end of a drought, not, if you did the same report 2 years later after it rained, you get a completely different picture. So there's there's just no balance. We get, at Goolawah, with the dog walkers. Now, I don't think dogs should be in a national park, but at the same time, you can't now take a national park and put it up against someone's fence and go, well, you can't go across your fence with the dog anymore, which they did up there. It shouldn't have been national park. So we also get things like spin down at Montague Island. They changed the amount of visitors who could go out to the island. So what they did is they looked at the amount of visitors that had gone out to the island over a 2 or 3 year period, and then took that number and divided it by 365 and said, okay, this is how many visitors can go out each day. Then when asked what the tour operators thought about that, the answer was what got me. The first time I heard it, I thought, that's not an answer, that's spin, because it was perfect. It was word for word, there was no ums or anything, and it was just a ranger saying it. And what they were saying is, the numbers are the same, so nothing's changed. And they said that in about a 3-paragraph spin story. So I actually managed to ask that question at least 2 times that I know of different ways, yet I got exactly the same answer every time, but not the answer that I asked was, what did the tour operators think of it? And they hated it. So they've gone from basing things on reality to just becoming a big spin thing. It's really weird. And it's hard to argue when they just go, no, that's it. So we find the plan of managements and the whole consultation period, we're all volunteers. We don't have time to go and do these consultation periods if we know they're going to be thrown out. And that's what's happening now. So they've really become, in the last 7 or 8 years, a world in their own. And it's a really worrying trend. If we have a four-wheel drive club that does something wrong, we call them out. We make them go and apologise to the local ranger. We've got a whole things in place. Luckily, it's only ever happened once in my whole 14 years. But if they have a ranger to do something wrong, they close around them and support them. That's crazy. And now other rangers are going, hey, we can do what we want. No one questions us. So it's really, we've seen an expansion of that sort of attitude. So plans of management have become a wish list of what the local green groups want in the area, not based on fact.
Does anyone else want to add to that, Mr. Crook, Mr.
Yeah, I would. Look, in answer to your question, Mark, what have we seen? We've seen land handed from State Forest to National Park and immediately gates go up, and we're told that is, in essence, to protect the biodiversity in that particular area. The reality of what happens after that is the land is simply not managed. It's overrun with weeds, whether it's blackberry, scotch, broom, lantana, you name it. They're full of feral animals. As a hunter, it's pretty easy to find out where feral animals have been because they leave sign everywhere. And having travelled into some of those areas, I will point out, not in a four-wheel drive after the gates have gone up, it's easy to see that the land is not being appropriately managed. Probably the single most frustrating example for definitely the Sydney-based four-wheel drive community is the Gardens of Stone National Park, which the initial plan of management had all of these promises around, four-wheel drive access, four-wheel drive loop trails, and then at the 11th hour it gets changed to a state conservation area, which funnily enough allows mining. We get the pipeline trail closed, which is used for absolutely nothing except four-wheel driving under the guise of protecting the environment, and then almost in the same breath, a new sand mine opens less than 3 kilometres away from that trail. it is extremely hard for the community to accept that any of these decisions are being made to protect the environment when the whole area in question is being undermined and there are new sand mines being opened in the same area as tracks being closed to apparently protect some sort of biodiversity.
It's interesting. Tony mentioned pipeline. That literally links two tracks, two dirt roads up a mountain. It got closed because it was deemed to be dangerous. I've driven it multiple times in the past. I haven't driven it since it's been closed. It was deemed to be dangerous, but yet the first 50 metres, you literally need to spot someone going through it, and we're experienced drivers. So it made no sense for why that got closed. It wasn't dangerous. It certainly wasn't under conservation. It's nowhere near any of the designated areas. So it just seemed to be, we don't really want to deal with that, so we'll close it. And they just put a big concrete bollard across it.
So
And there's things that can be put in place called ability gates. That they use them in America a lot, where they put an obstacle in at the beginning of the track. If you can't get over that obstacle, you can't get down the road. It works really successful around the world. Australia won't even consider it. Well, national parks certainly won't consider them.
It's got a natural ability gate.
It's just a virtual gate.
My
yeah.
final question
They work
before I
pretty
throw
well.
to others: do you think it's a case of that if we're talking about national parks specifically here? Do you think it's a case of they don't have the funding and resources to manage it properly, so their solution is it's just easier to throw up a gate and not have to worry about it,
Yes.
rather than work with you
Absolutely
guys and manage it?
That's absolutely the feeling that we get as four-wheel drivers is that's how it's managed. We don't have the money, let's just close it off.
It's not always the case, though. Sometimes it's just ideology. We just don't want you there.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Ms.
Thank you.
Henderson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, all of you, for your for coming along and your evidence. Mr. Thomas, can I just ask if you could be a bit more specific about the plan of management you were referring to that was up north where the ranger, you allege, went on a frolic, so to speak?
Goolawah.
Which one?
Gula was probably the worst.
It was Goolawah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So can I ask, and whoever you see fit best to answer, is it your submission that there are areas within the National Park estate, acknowledging it's only about 10% of the whole of New South Wales, but that there are areas within national parks that are not appropriate for four-wheel driving?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And
Absolutely.
and so in terms of that, do you say that the best way to identify areas that are off limits and on limits are through the plan of management process of
Yes.
national parks?
Yeah.
Yep.
So what
And
we,
consultation.
yeah.
Yep.
So we sit with a lot of them before these
course.
plans go through. You say only 10%. Like there's countries out there that don't have as much land as national parks do in New South Wales. 10% in New South Wales is a lot of land. Okay, so yeah.
Well, that depends. I
Yeah.
mean, it depends which perspective you're coming from, doesn't
Yeah.
it? I mean, 10% is 10%.
Yeah,
It's,
so you know,
it's
I
a
mean,
number.
10% is probably Tasmania.
Bigger.
Yeah, bigger.
Yeah.
So there you
so,
go.
so should we say it's relatively small, but it's significant because it
Yes.
means a
Yes.
lot to all
So,
of us.
look,
Yeah.
There's unfortunately, although they'll tell you there is, but it's not used. There should be gradings.
So can I just get to this point with
Yeah.
you, because I think we're going to a similar place, and I just want, for what it's worth, I'm not much of a city girl. I just come here and do my job. I'm really not from here, and I don't. I relate
Feel your
so
pain.
much to much of your submissions, and for what it's worth, I drive a truck too. So in terms of, I'm just curious about this, and I just want to put this proposition to you at this point. State Forest makes up about, say, 1.8% of New South Wales right now. We've just allocated a tiny bit of that to the Great Koala National Park. We probably have slightly differing views on the utility of that. I'm very welcome of that decision and worked very hard for it over many years. I'm from up there. And the rest of State Forests, if we are looking at what's actually happening across that tenure right now, we all can see, whichever one State Forest we're looking at, that they are very modified landscapes. They've been logged for nearly 200 years. There's lots of tracks. There's lots of do you think that if we were to change the nature of the use of that public forest estate, because we're hemorrhaging money in terms of the logging and so on, and money is more going into the management of those places, do you think it could be appropriate to have a whole new tenure that is state forest that relates more to recreation and access, and that could be an important future use that could take some pressure off national parks? I'm very curious. As I know it's a novel idea, but I'm very curious as to your ideas.
Yeah, look, just from my perspective, I suppose, state forests aren't hemorrhaging money. State forests as a whole do all right. And remember, they're a government-based company.
They're a state-owned corporation.
That don't have to make profit. I mean, if you say they hemorrhage money, so we should get rid of them, let's total all national parks.
No, that was not the proposition. But
they actually...
They've just returned their annual report, and there's another $34 million.
But how much money did they put into infrastructure and all the rest of it? If you take that out of it, now national parks or state government's going to have to put that in anyway. So it's not a balanced view, I'm afraid. Sorry. But as far as an area, it's look, at the moment, most people see state forests as national parks in waiting. And that's just wrong.
This is the proposition.
But how do you do that on a non-bespoke? I mean, it's not like you've got one big group and we say, right, let's carve out a bit of that. Like you take Stockton Beach, for argument's sake. You know, you've got four-wheel driving on one part of it, then you've got mining on another part, and then you've got somewhere you can't touch it. Now, I think we've managed to live with the Stockton decision for many, many years, albeit we can't drive in the back dunes. But we still have access, so I guess that's a half a win. But it's not like you can just say, we've got a big lump of land, we can carve out a bit for that, because you've got state forests and national parks dotted all around the coastline, inland, everywhere. So it's really hard to sort of say, okay, what's a conservation area, what's a national park, what's a state forest, where can four-wheel drivers go, where can horse riders go, where can mountain bikers go, those sorts of things. It gets very difficult to sort of carve out bits. If I said there's a track that went from behind something, but I have to go through a national park to get to it, or what happens as well is suddenly a road with access through that was a publicly gazetted road gets to a national park, suddenly it becomes a private road. The farmer locks it, you can't get in because for some reason that land has been sold.
So is it
off. Access gets difficult.
So are you contesting that you, as a four-wheel drive association or a group, should also be able to access those private roads to be able to? Is that part of your?
If it started out as a public access road and the easy way around restricting access to that park was just to sell the road to a private household.
It happened.
And so how far do you suspect you go back with that proposition? 200 years, or where do you start?
No, there's some of these. I mean, you can look at a lot of the HEMA-based maps, a lot of the mapping products we used, Australian the Australian maps that we actually get from the government. I mean, a lot of those had roads open, but now they're no longer open. So the other week I was down to Bendethra, which is a fantastic area, and which I worry that Bendethra is going to be next on some chopping list. But to get access to the top area of the park, there was a road that you could get in. Now it's not a particularly difficult road. It's just a shortcut, and it goes off the back of the national park. But because it goes past some properties, it was actually a public road, and now it's a private road. So you can't, of course, and as responsible four-wheel drivers, we don't just go through gates that says no entry or private road. And we've never been involved in cutting locks and those sorts of things. So once you get to the road, you go, okay, I can't go that way. That's a disappointment. Cross that off my map, and I go around the wrong way. So
I've just got three other quick propositions, and I know we're really running out of time.
We'll extend it for about 7 minutes anyway, because we started a bit late.
Oh, great. Okay, I've just got three quick propositions, and this one is to you, Mr. Thomas. When you were in your evidence, are you aware that when plans of management are developed, there is that discussion around an ecological approach is taken to identify habitat for those threatened species?
Absolutely,
It's not, so this notion that you have to find the animal, you have to find the species, you have to know it's actually there. that is an iterative process, that we just don't have the resources for the state to say, we know where every single threatened species is when we're drafting plans of management. You're aware.
No,
that-
yeah, we do.
I think this is
Yeah.
the problem, though.
Yeah, we
is
really
that
do.
There's
though.
constantly the excuse of, oh, well, we don't have the resources, so the solution is just to close it off.
Yeah.
No,
But
I'm
without
not,
the data to
I'm not
support the
suggesting
decision.
closing off. I'm just saying that is...
No,
That's what
and
happens, right?
But that's an ecologically
We
accepted
absolutely
thing at
have
the
the
moment.
resources to know. Yeah, and you'll find they're all
So,
there.
so if
They're
that's
just
just
cherry
putting that
picking
to
what they
you,
use.
so just putting that to you, Mr. Thomas, are you aware that, like for example, identifying where greater gliders are right now before a logging operation, we don't have the resources to do that apparently. Like that's happening on a daily basis.
Well, it's not that we don't have the resources. We didn't know how to do it, and we're learning how to do it. So
That's what I'm saying.
drones
So
with
it is an
infrared-
iterative process.
So there's
You
a
accept
difference
that.
between not affording the resources and just learning new ways. And we're learning new ways over and over. So I believe there's been an increase in koala numbers, but not to the extent that we're being told, because we're just finding better ways to find them.
Thank you.
Okay.
But so you are. I just wanted to make sure in terms
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that habitat understanding of how plans of management
Oh,
are drafted.
absolutely we are. Yeah, trust me.
Thank you. And finally, am I correct that your evidence is that you all very much prefer the state forest management model compared to the national park management model of public land?
Well, if I could answer that,
Yeah.
I honestly believe that we have, if you take the two identities together, state forest is for the people. They're quite happy to use that. They farm it, and they also share the ability for recreational users of all, from horse
Sorry,
riders.
when you say farm it, what
Well,
do you
they
mean?
log it.
Oh, log
so
it,
they're using
right.
it as an industrial area to log
Yes.
timber.
Yeah.
But they also allow that to be used for all recreations, whether it be hunting, horse riding, bushment, the whole lot.
Yes.
It is just
And create
it's
campgrounds,
inclusive of everything we want. So if we look at I know you're passionate about the Great Koala Park. So we're now going to take state forest that has been used, as Tony said, for many, many, many years as a whole recreational user group for bikes, horses, four-wheel drives, the whole lot. Now, as soon as that gets taken over, all of a sudden, that's not acceptable. It's just not acceptable because national...
Because the law says so. It's a different
100%,
legislation.
and that's what we're here
Yeah.
for today. And the
Yeah.
whole point of it is, what's really changed? If it's got value for national parks, now let's say it's been mined or it's been farmed for the 100 years, 150 years. If there is significant reason for national parks to take over, you would imagine that the health of the country is quite well looked
Some of
after.
it's incredibly degraded.
100%,
That's
yes,
what.
but
That,
yes.
Yeah, that's
So
what.
are some of the national parks, to be
Yeah,
fair.
absolutely. That's what I was
Yeah.
going to say. Often these delineations are.
And we've already established
optimistic.
that national parks don't have the funding to do this, right? So their answer to it is we can't repair it, but we can stop it, so we will close it. So the recreational, we've sat in a meeting, we've had a consultation with the Great Koala Park with the rangers.
Yes.
And it was an open meeting, and we sat down with them and they said, we are going to identify all of the recreational users. We'll sit down and talk to you guys, and we'll make sure that you're part of the program. Right? And we've been through this with Gardens of Stone. We were part of the program. 100% we were. We were promised over 200 kilometres of four-wheel drive tracks. We were going to have a touring track going through the through the Gardens of Stone. That hasn't happened. What we have had is $60 million spent on one road to go out to the glowworm tunnel, which by thing has been repaired 4 times since. Every time there's a wet weather, up go the graders, the dozers and everything to have to repair it, to a man-made tunnel that had more damage done to that in the bushfires because it actually worked as a funnel and sucked the smoke through and killed the glowworms, more so than any four-wheel drive group has done in the last 100 years that have used the area. But all of a sudden, it was a big thing to cut that use out into that area. And it's survived all of this time. And it was the playground for that. So our point of it is, we will be squeezed into a small area within national parks of the Great Koala Park. That's what we've been told. It will get overrun by people. And when we ask the question, if you're going to expand the national park for koalas, aren't they going to expand further into this new national park? And their answer was, there'll be areas that they won't go into.
As in
The koalas won't go into these
Of
areas.
course, I don't think anyone's proposed that the entire park is anyway. But yeah.
Yes, but as they expand, we would hope that the koala numbers, as they increase, would expand into these areas. So eventually pressure will be put onto the recreational users in that area to abandon ship and move somewhere else. And then when we look at the tourism side of things, and that's the whole thing, the amount of people that are forecast to come to this koala park, how is that going to be even possible? We have a international airport in Brisbane, and we have an international airport in Sydney, and it sits about 6 hours in between each one. Tell me of an overseas tourist that's going to come here and spend 6 hours in a car on the precedence that they may see a koala. May. They're going to go to Taronga Park Zoo, they're going to go to a hospital or a rehabilitation place to see the koala. So this whole thing that it's going to be this mega, you laugh.
I've got heaps at my place. Yeah.
But they are hard to spot.
The methodology behind it is that they're going to replace the timber industry with tourism. It doesn't work. They were going to do that in Yarwell Creek. Pigeon House Mountain, by the way, it's closed and it's not open at the moment, but they were going to have over 20,000 visitors into that area. It is a wasteland. You cannot walk through it. We contacted national parks. They have not been in that area for nearly 18 years. They've done nothing for 18 years into a wilderness that was going to be the South Coast jewel of walking, thanks to Mr. Bob Carr.
Can I just ask you this last thing? Have any of you ever advocated for more resources for National Parks and Wildlife Service? And have any of you ever advocated for more national parks
I
in
may
New South Wales?
I may answer that question.
Yes, thank you.
The biggest question on my lips is, what are the resources available to national parks? It's not published anywhere. What is the annual budget?
It is. I can get that
I'd
for
love
you.
to see it, because at the moment it seems to be all wrapped up in DCC, EW's, wider P&L. So we're constantly told that national parks don't have the resources and don't have the funding, but it's not apparent what that funding is or where it's being spent. So do we advocate for more money to go to an organisation that's not publishing how much money they're receiving and what they're doing with it? Absolutely not. That would be, in my opinion,
Would you
quite
ever
foolish.
consider advocating for more resources for parks to do more work?
Oh, absolutely.
I would
If the money's being used
Fantastic.
in a productive manner.
Going to the right area, yeah.
As a base thing, we would all say we don't want any more national parks unless you can afford to actually
manage
it.
But if they were, you would want more national parks.
Look, we got 4-wheel drive so we can visit national parks. You spoke about having another identity for recreation users.
Tenure.
You know we've got it, don't you? State recreation areas,
Yes.
state conservation areas,
Yeah.
they're now all controlled by national parks and they're run as national parks. So you've got your identities, but if we make another one, it'll just become a national park too.
And I'm sure we all pay our money to the National Parks Pass annually.
I would like to think that we are
I've got a
probably
free one, I
National
don't
Parks'
use it.
best resource that they can have for free.
Yeah.
We can be there, and we can
Thank
help,
you.
and we're free.
Miss Merton,
Thank
just
you.
fire
Thank
off.
you very much to you all for being here and sharing your direct experience on this. If I could touch on an issue that came up in your discussion earlier and with the previous one, just in terms of ideology, that people are, in terms of national parks, that we're getting reports of, the absence of transparency, consultation, restrictions. Was wondering if there was anything you might be able to touch on just on the consultation. I mean, are you engaged? Are you part of any discussions in terms of...
I'll put them on the floor. So the 4-wheel drive New South Wales and ACT is on the discussion team for the flora reserves that Tony was talking about before in the Jalore area. We sit on that. We have a meeting every 2 months for that. And the shift was for recreational use as it transformed from state recreation and Crown land over to flora reserves. That was about 4 years ago, I think, 5 years ago. That was the term that everything was going to be called now as flora reserves, because it gave scope for it the ability to have different groups using it, being under flora. Those now reserves are not called flora reserves, they're called koala reserves. So the whole shift changed. The state government pulled a lot of the funding. That's why Belangolo State Forest was supposed to go over to a flora reserve. All the signage was done for that. It's still stored up in the shed there, and then there was a change and the government pulled the money on it, so it stayed as state forest. We questioned that at the time, is that there was we were told there was significant value in that area for koalas, and they live in that area, but it was only funded based. So if they didn't have the funding, it wasn't significant anymore. So it didn't need to go over to a koala park, and that's what we live with. So we're trying to work with them to have access to these areas, and we're just there as a consultation to say, the tick box to say, yes, we have consulted with the Four-Wheel Drive New South Wales and user groups, but we have got 0 out of every one of those floral reserves. We've just been restricted all the way through and not one win. Not one win whatsoever. There's no ability for four-wheel driving in any of these areas.
Okay, so just in terms of sort of agreement or outcomes, there doesn't seem to be.
We don't agree with the outcomes,
Right.
but we have to deal with the outcomes. That's
Okay,
where it
yeah,
ends
sure,
up being.
yeah.
But they tick the box to say that they've consulted
consulted.
with user groups, and that's the consultation. Garden Stones was the same, and we can nearly guarantee that the Great Koala Park will be identical. We've already been contacted. We'll be part of that consultation process.
Thank you. And if I could just make reference to the submission, Mr. Fitzgibbon, you make reference in your submission to the Gardens of Stone State Conservation Area, and at the bottom you look at the inconsistency that in terms of the simultaneous approval of large-scale mining operations in the same environment of the closure of nearly all four-wheel drive trails.
That's what's in the submission, yeah?
Yeah. If you just maybe want to just elaborate a little bit more on that.
I think it's Tony.
I think that might have been Tony.
My
Yeah, it
name
might have
is.
been Tony. I think-
It opens with my name is Dom.
Oh,
I think
That's
you,
okay.
I think you
I
both.
think
I think
we
you both
probably
touched on
Probably,
it.
I think it's joint.
from the same hymn book then.
Yeah, I think we've said
That's okay.
similar things. I think some of the tracks that we've driven around the Nunes area and back of Zigzag, so the access is in via the back of Clarence Station. You drive essentially down the main track. There is mining operations on both sides, and then a little bit over the rise, there's a couple of tracks that get closed. And I think that's where we're coming from, is that there's tracks being closed for conservation purposes or endangerment purposes, yet literally, 500 meters down the road, there's an open mine, and no one's got any problems with the fact that it's a multi-use environment. The problem that we just have is that you don't want to be saying, there's a mine, we're all for conservation, but hang on, you can't drive these tracks because we want to conserve. The footprint, as Lee said, it's two walking trails. Generally, the rule of thumb is when you're driving a track, you don't make a new track unless you absolutely have to. And we all stay true to that. So the impact to the bush, especially from responsible four-wheel drivers, is a minimum as opposed to an open cut line.
can I just add on to the Gardens of Stone? The community, it was a huge community engagement up there. It was probably the best I've ever seen. And the community as a whole supported it because there was a crown in it. And that was the zip line and a cliff walk thing. It would have brought people from all around the world. It went into the plan of management. There was tenders put out for it. As soon as it got signed off, it was canned. So that would have made that whole place so good for Lithgow. It literally would have brought millions and millions and millions of dollars in. It was all off. Most of the infrastructure was off park. It was going to be in a tiny little museum that needed the help. It would have been part of that. They would have grown on that. People would have come and spent multiple days in the area. The whole thing was canned the moment after it was turned into as soon as the plan of management was signed off on. That was atrocious.
We'll probably have to leave it on that atrocious note.
Not all people felt
Yeah,
like that.
sorry.
But
Yeah, thank you very much for your time. I don't believe you took any questions on notice, but we may have some supplementary questions that we'll send you, and we'll have a bit of extra time over Christmas to get that sorted. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for the
for your
time.
time
Thank
and
you.
the work that you do in the full drive.
drive.
Thank you, guys.
It's
We'll
all right for
now
retirees.
No, we don't. I've got to go back to work.
break for lunch, and be back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any
we might get started. Hopefully, John turns up. All right, we now welcome our next witnesses. So starting with my first witness on my left here, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Okay, I'm Deborah Creed from ATHRA Australia, which is the Australian Trail Horse Riding Association. I'm located in Armidale, Northern New South Wales, and I'll take the affirmation of I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare an affirmation that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Helen Matthews, I'm a member of ATHRA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Taylor?
Hi, I'm Coral Taylor representing Motorsport Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And I'm Peter McLean, CEO of Bicycle New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And just in that same order, would you like to make a short opening statement and we'll go down the line?
Thank you. Chair, Deputy Chair and committee members, we acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands past, present and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. ATHRA provides support for our members through safe user training on trails, strict code of conduct, insurance on rides, education, risk management, policies and procedures and guides on most activities related to horse and rider safety and trail riding. ATHRA has a good record in relation to safety and education for our members. We are an association for trail riding which offers unique physical, mental and emotional benefits to humans and horses. We find that as riders navigate trails, they connect with nature and enjoy a unique bond with the environment and their horse. Some of the studies have identified that each horse owner spends around $10,000 per year on their horse in New South Wales. However, we estimate spending to be upwards of $100 million per year into the economy. Our interest here today is to increase access to public land for recreational use. Only a small percentage of public land is open to all recreational users in comparison to the amount of public land available. So, look, the land's there, let's use it. We've seen the access the community has enjoyed in the past for generations has been withdrawn under a constantly changing list of reasons designated or designed to justify exclusions. These shifting justifications are inconsistent and clearly not grounded in genuine environmental concern for the tracks that we want to use. Communities rely on access to the areas within their home base, and these areas are also a drawcard for tourism which supports that local economy. Fire trails are a necessary part of accessing areas such as areas for fire trucks, water and electrician commission, emergency service and etc. And compared to these motorised vehicles, horses blend seamlessly into the environment, moving through the bush in a way that is naturally aligned with wildlife and the environment. Therefore, access to fire trails in all areas is an appropriate use and provide much less impact than vehicles. Additionally, they can provide unofficial monitoring of the area. For example, if a tree was down blocking the fire trail, it can be reported. A horse's hoof, wall, frog and internal structure work together to cushion impact, adapt to the ground irregularities, which supports the idea that hooves are naturally ground adapted rather than ground breaking. They're less likely to produce surface damage than that of a wheeled vehicle. Horses need little facilities, a bush track is sufficient. We believe an inclusive outcome from this committee would be the formation of a steering committee for trails made up of user groups to manage, identify and develop. We are willing to work with other user groups to develop that shared trails. In our interest, reopening of trails that were previously available for riders. We would like new horse riding corridors identified, developed and managed, recognition that recreational equestrian activities are an appropriate use of public land and are equally as important as other recreational land users. Our overarching interest is the New South Wales Government provide funding that supports identification for all public land for the intention of identifying appropriate trails for horse riding, map and categorise trail development for recreation users. The committee would develop real guidelines and processes for identifying and classifying trails for the suitability of its users in different recreational pursuits. To ensure that blanket closure of public land is not done for political, emotional, unfounded or inadequate reasons, the processes should be clear and concise. Strategic plan for long-term management, development and a master plan for trail management. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Taylor, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you to the Chair and the committee for providing the opportunity for me to give this opening statement on behalf of Motorsport Australia. Motorsport Australia is the recognised governing body for four-wheeled motorsport in Australia and has been responsible for the administration, regulation and safe conduct of rallying for more than 60 years. Rallying in New South Wales has a long and proud history of responsible use of public land, particularly state forests, where the sport has operated in a close partnership with forestry authorities, local communities and environmental stakeholders. Our relationship with the New South Wales State Forest spans decades, and throughout this time, Motorsport Australia, its officials, its affiliated clubs, have consistently demonstrated that well-managed motorsport activities can coexist with environmental priorities and public land management objectives. Rally organisers work directly with forestry officers before, during and after events to ensure that road conditions, vegetation, wildlife considerations, seasonal activities and land use requirements are factored into every plan. Our sport has also built strong processes around environmental stewardship, including the mitigation of road surface wear, structured wildlife management protocols, and comprehensive post-event rehabilitation practices. This level of coordination has enabled rallying to operate safely and sustainably, while also providing forestry officers with enhanced information about road networks and land conditions. In New South Wales, Motorsport Australia supports more than 900 licensed rally competitors, a strong indicator of the depth of participation and the community value of the sport. In the last year alone, Motorsport Australia issued 40 rally permits across the state, reflecting a vibrant calendar of club, state and national level activities. These events are delivered through a network of 151 affiliated clubs, many of which rely on access to public lands, particularly forest roads, to remain active and viable. Rallying delivers wide-ranging benefits, including regional tourism, volunteer engagement, youth development pathways, and significant economic activity for rural communities. Restrictions that disproportionately limit access to public lands risk undermining not only the sustainability of the sport, but also the social and economic opportunities it brings to regional New South Wales. Motorsport Australia remains committed to working constructively with the New South Wales Government, Forestry Corporation, national parks, local councils and land managers to ensure that rallying continues to be conducted safely, responsibly and in a manner that respects the environmental, social and cultural significance of public lands. Our long history demonstrates that balanced access arrangements are not only achievable, but mutually beneficial. So thank you, and I welcome the opportunity to present this statement and also welcome any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Ms Taylor. Mr McLean.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to firstly submit a response and present at the committee. At Bicycle New South Wales, we didn't feel we were had the expertise in all areas, and we kept a short submission, focusing on just a couple of key items. Bicycle New South Wales, from a background point of view, we've excitingly celebrating our 50th anniversary next year. Established in 1976 to represent beginners, recreational and transit bicycle riders right across New South Wales. So we've got over 14,000 members across Greater Sydney and regional New South Wales, and we advocate for their access, for their conditions, legislative and regulatory, as well as, of course, enhanced infrastructure and with the building of roads and connected, defragmented bicycle paths right across New South Wales. So the areas which we focused on in relation to the terms of reference was predominantly around accessibility to rail corridors. We've long advocated for that, not just in the Greater Sydney area, but also in regional areas. Rail corridors have significant space are public lands and represent extremely cost-effective active transport infrastructure. And they certainly take place to a very, very, very tiny degree in New South Wales, but to a much greater degree in other states and indeed overseas as well. The other area is certainly around rail trails, and we had some significant success with the Transport Administration Amendment Bill a couple of years ago, which was updated to allow for the fast tracking of disused rail lines in regional New South Wales. 3,000 kilometres of them, would you believe, that are being disused and could be put to public benefit in regional areas. They benefit, of course, runners, walkers, bicycle riders, gravel riders, horse riders, lots of different people, and have a huge local benefit, but a significant tourism regional benefit, regional development opportunity. Bicycle tourism is now valued at over $2 billion annually in Australia, but it's worth so much more overseas, and it is significantly increasing in Australia. New South Wales has not taken up that opportunity, and is a significant regional development opportunity to take literally millions of dollars every week into regional New South Wales. The Victorians have done it really well, and certainly the Queenslanders have jumped right on board with it, and now it's New South Wales' opportunity. I mentioned the cost effectiveness of utilising these areas. It is very expensive to build bike paths and repurpose other pieces of infrastructure, but it is very, very cheap when you've got a 100-metre wide rail corridor that's not being used. And we've provided some photo evidence in our submission of Victoria, for example, that do that quite well in metropolitan Greater Melbourne. And we've also provided a few examples from the Liverpool to Parramatta link, which is in rail corridor. This is the legislative tools and frameworks that currently already exist to allow that to be converted, but there is a genuine disinterest, I guess, from some government departments to allow that to be used for other purposes, whether they be short or long term, and we certainly believe that we need to be more strategic with how we allow the public to use these public lands. Thank you.
Thank you. So the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions. I'll throw out a few and then I'll pass to my colleagues. I guess the big one for me is part of this inquiry is, going to have to come up with recommendations potentially around legislation, regulatory concerns or inconsistencies, or gaps in those areas. So I guess for your each very distinct recreational use of public land, what are some glaringly obviously gaps to you or inconsistencies that need to be fixed or addressed to benefit your members or your users?
I'll take that.
Yeah, we'll start with the trail riders.
One thing that we noticed, and particularly in the northern New South Wales area, is the rail trail or the building of and the funding that's been available. It's been a really hard kind of slog to get the funding there, and it hasn't really started, but there's a number of rail trails already developed in New South Wales, and very few, if any, allow horse riders on them. So we kind of see a disparity there, where if we're developing and funding a recreation use trail, that it be open for everyone. If you're in a wheelchair, if you're on a push bike, if you're walking, if you're on a horse, that it be available for everyone. So locking individual groups out of certain areas is not a cohesive decision that should be made. The reasons for locking them out is unfounded and just not justified.
Can I just press you there? What are the reasons they've given?
They're dangerous.
In terms of
horses are dangerous. So one of the reasons they've given is that horses are dangerous. That's what I've been told by rail.
To other potential other users.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and my answer to that is, a push bike that's riding along a rail corridor at 40 kilometres an hour is going to be more or just as dangerous, especially if a kangaroo jumps out in front of them. So, there's no justification in that. ATHRA have developed a slow and say hello campaign, which is we've got a fairly comprehensive education process currently going through that is to teach people with horse riders and walkers and that how to interact. And also we educate our own members in how to interact with people on push bikes on the ground and that sort of stuff. So that is, the danger side is an education, and you're not going to put a wild horse out on the or a racehorse out on a rail trail and go for a gallop. It just doesn't happen. So,
and could I just add to that we use the Brisbane Valley Rail Trail as an example of it really working with bike riders. We've had up to 90 horse riders on that trail and bike riders, and there's such a cohesiveness. There's chat along the way. People stop and have a chat. I myself have to drive from Cronulla to use the rail trail, and I drive 4 days up to Queensland because I find it difficult in New South Wales to find local trails.
Mark, Chair, can I just say,
Yeah.
the Northern Rivers Rail Trail, the
That's-
recent one, are there any parts of that, I should know
Yes.
this, but are
Yeah.
there any parts that are allowing horse?
yeah, so
riding?
the new part that was just developed, I think it opened in January this year, that's like a couple of kilometres. So of the length of that, there's a small proportion of that does allow horse riders.
That's
And it
what I
is
thought, yeah.
used, and it's a beautiful area.
Right, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all.
But 2 kilometres, a horse walks at 10 kilometres an hour. It's kind of over in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it.
Miss Taylor, from the motorsport perspective, are there any inconsistencies or gaps or things that we could improve with legislation that would make access easier?
Well, I think if I look at the existing issues we have, so we've been talking about this a lot because of the Great Koala National Park, and designations of national parks come with different rules and regulations to what we have in forestry. But we do have, interestingly enough, national parks on the south coast in New South Wales national parks down there, but where we have run rally stages because within the national parks, the road is actually designated as a forestry road. So for us, the importance of what we might do now with national parks is to just have it so that that road corridor can still be, I don't know if you call it gazetted, whatever the technical term is for how that's classified, that it can still be used, that road network could still be used for permitted activities, of which we would like to do some rallying. My understanding is that there's sort of 6 categories of a national park. The number 1 being the strictest, and it's almost to put a fence up and keep everyone out, down to categories 5 and 6, which can allow coexisting activities and public access. So our thoughts at the moment are trying to make sure that we can keep that access. And my understanding is that we don't want to lock more forests up per se. We actually want to encourage more people to go into the forest, whether it's ecotourism or the horse riders or the bikers or the rallies, and then the benefits that they bring to those local communities with bringing people in as a form of tourism as well. So for us, the important, I don't know, you'd call it a gap, but it's an unknown for us at the moment, and of how that overarching legislation will affect the road network, and particularly between designated national parks and forestry, even though we seem to have a combination in forests in southern New South Wales.
Thank you.
To touch on a couple of those points, probably the first one is the users on rail trails. We certainly believe from New South Wales, Bicycle New South Wales, that everyone should be welcome and accepted and incorporated into the use of rail trails. The debate is very, very strong to say, well, the more users, the more investment that we should be supporting, the more amenities we need to be putting in place to support bicycle users, runners, walkers, horse riders, and all the other users in between as well, which is only a good business case model for better tourism, better accessibility, better amenity and higher use. The other area, I guess, from a legislative or regulatory point of view, like I mentioned before in my opening statement, there's some of that is already in place, which is fantastic, but there is, we do come up against, I guess, bureaucracies that, I guess, get in the way of that, and often the argument around risk is utilised. No doubt that's already been raised around horses, but we get it exactly the same way as those bicycles. They're too fast, they're too dangerous, they're too risky, whatever the case might be. So often society, governments utilise a risk framework, which is totally inconsistent in our assessment of it, and all the years I've been involved in it. We need to have a consistent, I guess, risk appetite across those different government departments, because ultimately they are public lands. We as taxpayers all support them, and in many cases we need greater, more consistent access to them. One of the other areas, though, is insurance. Is no doubt going to come into play, and from a bicycle user point of view, Bicycle New South Wales insures all of their members, both on and off-road, for non-competitive personal accident and public liability cover. So if we injure ourselves, we're covered for those costs, and if we injure someone else or someone else's property, we also have $20 million of PL cover for that as well, which is important in these multi-user environments, and it does happen, and we underwrite all of it.
Just one final question, just picking up on what you mentioned before about investment in these rail trails, and you talked about how New South Wales is missing opportunities, and I think about the rail trails that have been done well overseas, and there is investment in, I guess, businesses and activities just off those rail trails. So whether it's wineries, whether it's other activities, that it's not just riding up the road and then riding back. There's little destination points
Absolutely.
along the way. Is that something that's lacking in New South Wales? Is that part of the reason why the whole rail trail thing hasn't kicked off as well?
I think a lot of those, agribusinesses and other associated boutique businesses all will come as a result. You build it and they will come because they've been established in Northern Victoria is a classic example. They're the best rail trails in Australia, quite a few hundred kilometres of them in Northern Victoria. You can get a train there, which is another key advocacy area of being able to put bicycles on trains. But you can link up a whole heap of sections. It's a national and even international tourist destination with all of those little boutique Airbnbs, multiple types of accommodation, little wineries, little artesian places, boutique breweries, and you name it, there's all sorts of things. So they'll come as a result, but ultimately what we really need to do is, they've been investing in Victoria for, since the late 80s. So they are a long way ahead of us, but Queensland has got on board, and we need to catch up, quite frankly, because it's something that could significantly benefit people's health and well-being, local communities, but just as importantly, the regional development through massive tourism.
And Ms. Preed, you've been up in Armidale. Have you seen some of that start to emerge with the northern?
So Armidale's is a bit special, I think, with the rail trail that they're trying to develop. The train stopped there in the early 80s. And there's a bus, and there's a group there that want to bring the rail back, but it's just not a feasible concept, really. There's bridges down, there's all sorts of stuff, but it travels, so it's the highest gradient for a rail line in the Southern Hemisphere. So it would be a magnificent ride to go from Armidale all the way through to Wallangarrow, which is about 200 kilometres. And it would travel through, private land, through bush, and through tunnels, just really quite a magnificent tourist attraction. Through towns that are, Black Mountain's a good example. It's a tiny little one school, town, but that would then have all sorts of development that would come up from that. People have, like you said, wineries, all that sort of stuff. So there's a massive opportunity there, but there's a little bit of fighting at the moment from one particular person who's kind of advocating to have the trains brought back. And, you know, common sense says it just can't happen. Brisbane Valley Rail Trail is an excellent example, and I haven't done the Victorian one, but I do have travelled probably for about the last 8 years. So we've been along that rail trail in Brisbane, which is about 200 kilometres, and we've done the whole lot. And you know, the bike riders and the people walking, they want to stop, and you know, there's like a triangle of who gives way to what. That works really well. But even though people are supposed to give way to us, most of the time they want to stop and pat the horses or watch the horses walk by, or, you know, take photos and that sort of stuff. And the tourism, people are like, oh yeah, we're from wherever, so they've travelled in to travel along that. And little towns, Toogoolawah's a really good example. Tiny little town, the pub's just pumping, people stop the night there, they ride out, they'll ride from one area up to there, stay the night there, and then back again the next day. So on their push bikes, and there's yards and stuff. So the facilities have been developed as we go along. I've just recently, not to make it all about rail trails either, because that's not what this is all about. So I've just come back from Western Australia. So ATHRA is reasonably well funded by the Western Australian Government for development of trail horse management. And the Western Australian Government have just developed, with the guidelines of the ATHRA and the Horse Council of Australia, some documents and that on developing trails. And they've just developed a place called the Jarradale Horse Trail. And it's a really lovely sort of area that's been developed not far from Perth. So we went out and we met with clubs there, and we've had a look at that Jarradale, and that's just literally just opened about 3 weeks ago, and it's been a couple of years in the making, but it's just sort of wanders through the bush, and there's a bit of a marked track, and people stay on the track, and you know, where they were worried about certain things, they can put in the obstacles, you know, like you might put a log down across the track which might sort of stop motorbikes, for example, going over, but horses can step over it. So there's sort of those concepts that have been developed overseas and are actually, you know, do work quite well.
Okay.
May I just add one thing? When you asked about rail trails in New South Wales, it's something that I haven't I haven't really followed it, because a few points along the way, I know the horse riders and the bike riders were together in advocating in Parliament quite a few years ago for rail trails in New South Wales, but then I can't say this exactly because I stopped looking at it. It was a bit upsetting, but I noticed down near Rosewood and Tumbarumba and areas like that, it seemed that people didn't want the horses on the rail trails, when we felt that we were part of the process in getting them up and going. So I live at Cronulla, and my horse is 2 hours away at Bundanoon, because I'm now 58, and since I was 20 and the Royal National Park was closed to horses, I spent my whole life driving to many locations just to try and find a ride. I moved to Kurnell, about 15 years ago, and then was able to use Crown land, but it has since been blocked off for access to horse riding. So while my horses were at Bundanoon, I heard about a proposed rail trail at Colo, I don't know if it's Colo or Colo Vale. It's literally 20 minutes, half an hour up the road from Bundanoon off the Hume Highway down near the Southern Highlands. And I went to check it out, and I saw that the local train station where the train stopped, and across the road was all this vacant corridor where there was no train going, and we thought maybe we could bring the horses there. But it was so overgrown, and the train line was still there, that it wouldn't have been, unless we got our own lawnmower down there, it wouldn't have been feasible to even try and take the horses through that. And I guess what I want to say is that we're looking for access for a lot of land that we used to ride through that would connect. I know that there's a lot of bike paths along railway lines in certain areas, and if I look at Earlwood to Bexley North, we used to horse ride literally, 50 metres off the train line, and all that's being fenced off now because they're scared of people going on the train line. I had my horses at Appin. I used to try and ride the trails there alongside the four-wheel drives. They didn't want the four-wheel drives there anymore, so they put massive rocks and cables across, but the sign said Crown land. I recently went to Nowra to try and find a horse trail. It said it was a dedicated horse trail in Hakea Street in Nowra. We went by foot and then by push bike. It was literally over in a few minutes, and there was a cable 2 feet off the ground that if I had been horse riding, it would have been a serious accident. And when I got to the end of that trail on Yalwell Road, I soon found that it was a bird protection area. I couldn't understand, and this is the inconsistencies, I couldn't understand why a trail that you can get a car down Why now the access is blocked when it said dedicated horse trail, and by the way, the sign wasn't in front of the horse trail and it was in a residential street. So I didn't know if the neighbours would like us parking our horse float there, but I couldn't understand how now the trail has now stopped. And now we've got this rocky fire trail and it said it's a bird protection area. Well, if the birds are flying above my head and I'm riding my horse, I don't understand why it's incompatible. And these are the stumbling blocks I've been coming up against since my 20s. And I gave up horses for about 15 years because of constant restrictions to Kernell, where we used to ride down there. We're getting pushed out onto the road. Once we got pushed out onto the road, we were getting hassled by the bike riders. And that, one more just quick thing, just to give you an overlying perspective, when I was living at Kernell, literally 5 years ago, and I've since moved, what was happening was we weren't allowed to ride in that national park, which was a sandy trail, but we could jog through there. The local community would use it as a jogging track. It was a very narrow, 50 centimetres wide, that track, and it was kept open by the locals. Previously, when I was younger, we would horse ride through there, but they stopped us. But you still could ride the Crown land around there. What happened is that they decided to do a triathlon. National Parks came in, they got tractors, and they demolished that little track, and they made it wide like a vehicle for these people to jog through for the triathlon. They cut it so badly, I took photos, they cut through all the rocks, they made divots that then it rained and they couldn't have the triathlon because the areas were now flooded and they couldn't be used. And then you had so that was that problem. But then they decided they would have some other event, and I took photos of 80 to 100 cars out on the grass at the National Park there where we weren't allowed to horse ride on. So I thought, okay, this is quite a bit of inconsistencies. But what I found is that then what happened is when we were riding on the Crown land, I was riding with the Rural Fire Brigade because some horse riders there, and we were really concerned about the burden and all the trees and the native trees that just got so old now that they're dead. And they're literally piled like that. Anyway, we'd hacked a way through our trail, and the girl went to the Rural Fire Brigade and said, look, we need to do something about this. And I don't know if you are aware, but in 2017, that whole place went on fire from the Crown land section, and it burnt and wrapped around Kernell Oil Refinery. Now, the interesting thing was that literally 6 months before that, our local member decided he would boardwalk the track that the locals would use. So it could not be a jogging track anymore. That burnt into plastic strings. It took them so long to come that it blew over the cliff into the water. Then they got another 650,000 and they did it all over again. It's not even for a disabled person. You've literally got to go over rocks to get to it. You can't pass a person on it, and if you fall off it, you'll break your leg because it's too high off the ground. The shrub there is only waist high. So we just felt that then it became for the tourists. They brought their buses, but it wasn't for the locals. We've got a horse riding centre right in Kernell. We have a small horse area for riding over jumps, very small. And many horses were in all the backyards of that area, and we were pushed out onto the road. We were riding on the road, they ran another triathlon, and we didn't have anywhere to go. We couldn't ride our horses, we couldn't take them out. And it kind of ruined that community, and that's what that community was about. But you could take that example and spread it across different regions in New South Wales. And I guess that's my personal story, but that's one of many.
Thank you. Looking for
Yeah, sure.
questions.
Can I, to the horse riding group, the facilities that you have at different places, and in my head I'm thinking Gibraltar Range National Park. I think there's some horse yards up there in the national park. Are there areas where you guys have your own facilities, such as yards, and who manages them, and how do you go about getting authority or permission to build them?
So essentially, an educated horse, and even an uneducated, we carry our own yards. You know, I've got a horse float, I've got a two horse float, it's got a kitchen, it's got solar power, it's got yards. So I've got steel yards that come off the float. Or if I'm in an area where it's not sort of too level, like out in the bush or somewhere, then I'll put up an electric fence. So that's a portable yard, bit of tape goes around, electricity, the horse goes, no, I'm not going near that, and works very well. And it also, if we're down the snowy mountains down at Kosciuszko National Park, for example, it works really well because you've got the brumbies that might come through. So you've kind of really got to be a bit careful there because they'll just, come through. And, like even bathroom facilities, toilets, showers, we carry all that on our. So we're pretty much self-contained. Very nice if you go there and there's even a long drop loo or water points available or something. That's nice. And that's what the Brisbane Rail Trail has developed over time. So over the last 10 years, they've put like nice sort of mounting blocks at each gate. Because with the Brisbane Rail Trail, for example, there's like cattle grid type setups for the bike riders to go across, but then there'll be a gate. So if you're going through private land or something, then you open the gate and you take your horses through and then you close the gate. So mounting blocks either side are nice. They're all nice to have, but, not necessary.
So with the trail, you talked about maintenance on the trails, and are you happy to be maintaining a trail or a section of trails and then other hobbies use that as well, be they bike riders or motorsports or whatever that might be?
We already do, and I guess our advocacy is that what would be really good is that there's an overarching group that actually consults with everybody. So we can have these multi-use trails and, like we already do help maintain, the four-wheel drivers help maintain, on the weekend up at the State Forest at, up north, there was a bunch of, and they wouldn't have been members of the four-wheel drive club. So they were 4 young red P-plated kids, like vehicles, there was a dozen or so of them, and they'd stopped, and there was just like a puddle on the road, and it just looked like a puddle. And I said to the guys, we'd just gone through there with the horses, and one of the big horses went through, and I said to the guys, they were kind of looking, and I'm like, I hope you don't think you're going through there, because one side of that is at least 1 metre deep. So the horse had gone through, it went right up over its rump. Now, if that young fella had gone through with his car, it just would have, who knows what would have happened. So there's kind of that cohesiveness between what we do, but there was no way of knowing and looking from the outset that little puddle on the road was actually quite a deep puddle. And that's the kind of thing that, we all want to work together to achieve that cohesive environment and managing the tracks.
And so to that insurance exposure, and you mentioned it, Mr. McLean, that your members have that insurance cover. Presuming your members do as well.
Yeah, so we have it through Affinity.
If I go out there and fly on my horse and trip over in that puddle and bust my shoulder or my neck or whatever, who's got the insurance risk for that?
So there is another, so there's Equestrian Centre, the Equestrian Australia, you could have your own insurance, that's a choice, but here's the question, if you walk out on the road down there or somewhere or just go for a bushwalk and you trip over something, who are you going to sue? So just because someone's on a horse doesn't necessarily mean that any horse group or whatever, that we can control that sort of thing. Our rides are controlled. We have radios on board. We have first aid kits. We have high-vis vehicles. High-vis vests. We have our insurance for our controlled rides.
We have. So with ATHRA, with the trail rides, there's $20 million insurance. And then EA has insurance as well that people that are not with the trail riding group can have, and you could even stipulate that.
One of the things we identified in our Western Australian conference, which was two weeks ago, was that there's a really hard way to understand and to manage how many people are riding on a trail, for example, and I think the bikes would be the same, that are not members. So you might be a show jumping person or the long distance one, show jumping or pony club person. And endurance, thank you. And the family go, let's just go for a ride. So you're using a trail. Or there might be a trail near your house. So the measurement of who actually uses trails is really kind of quite hard to do, and that's what we've identified in Western Australia. So the trail riding side of things, like we're the peak body for trail riders in Australia as the bicycle ones. So our members, we can manage our members, but the people that are doing it that are outside our membership, it's hard to measure and we can't control them.
What is your concern? What is your concern, though?
Well, I could understand the managers of Crown lands or any lands going, no, I'm not going to let people in there because if this idiot, me, trips over and breaks my shoulder, then I'm exposed to, then the land manager could be exposed for that.
But you could do that on foot.
How do we manage that risk?
You could do that at any time, anywhere.
In Westfield.
Yeah, but Westfield have some pretty controlled environments that they can manage. Anyhow, I'm conscious I'm taking up a lot.
Yeah. Ms Higginson or Ms Merton? Mr Namber?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty satisfied. I'm sorry, I did have one. Just in terms of the motorsports and the rallies, How are you aware, and you may not have these figures entirely, but how many rally events take place per year across New South Wales state forest areas? Do you have those numbers?
So, as I mentioned in my opening statement, we had 40 events that Motorsport Australia permitted in New South Wales. There is another organisation that holds rallies as well. The numbers would not be huge, but I think the important thing with rallying is we don't hold, unlike the riders and the bicycles, we're not there every weekend. So, for instance, the car club I'm a member of in Sydney runs an event at Bateman's Bay once a year.
Yeah.
So normally, and there's many levels too. So we have a lot of very small club activities. They might be motorcanas, rally sprints, carnacrosses for the juniors as well as older people. And they're usually held in a more confined area. But for the club rallies, the state rallies, the national rallies, it would most likely be once a year in a specific given forest, two probably at the most.
And can I just ask where, when you say which are the areas the most common areas that those rallies are held?
Most commonly in forests. State forests would be the most common.
And which region?
And well, all over the state really.
Yeah.
So on the south coast, you've got rallies running from Narooma, Bateman's Bay, and down to Eden and into Victoria as well. Everywhere from the central coast to the mid-north coast to the far north coast of New South Wales. There's a lot of events in those forests up that way. And heading inland, towards the Tamworth Armidale region, there's clubs out in those areas as well. So pretty much all over the state, really. But I think just because a lot of people don't understand rallying, so a route is chosen in a forest. So there are surveys done to determine a suitable road to run the event on. So the event, it isn't that anybody can just go anywhere. There's a defined route with instructions that they follow.
And then do they, as part of the management of those events, is that part of the forest closed to other users for the period of time?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
and what is an average rally length period of time?
Look, at a state championship level, it would be 1 day.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and those smaller events, essentially, let's say 1 day, predominantly. I've been competing since 1979, so I'm an active competitor as well, and competing at the Australian Rally Championship end, and at that national level we have usually 2 day events.
Yeah.
But everything state-based there are a couple of 2 and 3 days, but predominantly just 1 day.
Just to clarify, it wouldn't be the whole forest that would be closed. It would be just the sections.
No, just the roads.
Well, obviously, with the buffer zone around
the route.
The route.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the roads have positive. We have some very strict protocols and rules around rallying, and around positive road closures and safety protocols. We were all talking about insurance before. So also the insurance on our events, we have $100 million public liability plus personal accident insurance, etc. But yes, it's a very defined route. That route we are allowed to close for a time period, and that is not even going to be the whole day, because in a rally you have multiple sections. So people might start the rally in the town of Coffs Harbour. They're going to, the cars are all legally road registered. They will drive on public roads to the start of the first stage, let's say in a forest. That stage, and they vary anything from 5 or 10 kilometres to 30 or 40 kilometres. Drive that particular stage. At the end of that stage, they're back on public roads to drive to the next stage. So it's only that individual stage that is closed for however many hours for that field to go through. It's not we're closing the whole forest for that time. It's very much designated particular roads.
Thank you.
That takes us right to 1:45. I do know, Ms. Creed, you emailed the Secretariat saying you might have had some documents you wanted to table. So I'm just prompting you now to say the words.
Yeah,
that
and
you
I
would
got a
like.
response. When I spoke to her, she said, yes, send it through. So I sent through the links because I've flown down and
Okay.
I got the message this morning that said table them. I'm like,
All right. Can you just maybe just briefly describe what you are providing for us?
so the Western Australian government has developed through some funding from the government. They've developed guidelines and kind of covered off on all of the questions that you'd want to ask. So there's how to develop a trail, what to do with that. I do have one document here that we developed that has been developed through Horse Council Australia, so I can leave you one copy, but that's our risk management document, but it also talks about what trails are for and how they're managed and that sort of stuff. So the Western Australian government has the two Taking the Reins and Western Australian Horse Trail Management Guidelines. So I did send the links through to Jessie, so she has the links if you want to look at those. They're quite, they're 70, 80 pages, so, it's not something you want to look at right now, but if you want it, they're of interest. It's kind of like saying, well, the wheel's already been invented, is there something there we can copy?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. Yep.
Could I just also say, I have also sent through to Emma a document. I just wanted to mention tabling this document. We were looking at it from the environmental view of being able to use forests for our sport. And we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the stewardship that we do take of environmental issues. I only just got a copy of it last night. It's from 2018. It is purely as an example of what was, and this was for Rally Australia. We had a round of the World Rally Championship, which has come and gone over years. Sometimes we share it with New Zealand, but we're hoping to have it back in Australia in 27. The environmental impact, we had people in forests spotting animals. There's 10 years of data logging and monitoring from that side of, from that aspect of our sport and its impact on those issues. So I just tabled that as an example of what was put together, of sort of a high standard set of criteria that was carried out before the event, and then the post-event report of what happened there.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Well, that concludes our time with you. So you may get some supplementary questions from us, and the Secretariat will be in touch, but you'll have some extra time over Christmas to get them back to us. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
We'll now bring forward the next witnesses.
She's remote.
Oh, okay. Get in the bush somewhere. No, she can't.
Laurie, I'm just testing if you can hear us.
Very faintly.
Very faintly. All right, we'll try and sort that out for you. We'll start in one moment.
All right, we'll get started straight into it. So we welcome our next witnesses, including one witness online. So starting with Mr. Ledger on my left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
My name is Julian Ledger. I'm a past president of the New South Wales Road Gaining Association and the author of our submission.
And just an oath or affirmation, please.
So affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Field?
My name's Graham Field. I'm the current president of New South Wales Road Gaining Association, and I have been for the last 3 years. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Wills?
I'm Vanessa Wills. I'm the president of Australian Climbing Association New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Neil Monteith. I am the Operations Manager of Australian Climbing Association New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. And just starting in that same order, does anyone want to make a short opening statement? Oh, sorry, Mrs. Mode. Sorry, I forgot about you there.
That's all right.
Best backdrop.
She does.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, fabulous. So Laurie Mode, CEO of Outdoors New South Wales and ACT, also Chair of the Outdoor Council of Australia. And my oath is I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And I'll try that again now. So starting to my left here, does anyone want to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I will, but I'd like to table some documents before I
Yeah,
do
sure.
so.
We'll have someone come up, take them off you.
What I'm presenting there is some copies of an example map that describes exactly what our sport is, but I'll just briefly summarise what road gaining is. Road gaining is the sport of cross-country navigation. It was invented in Australia and has grown internationally since then. Our tools are a map, which you'll probably have in front of you shortly, which has colourful stuff on the front and information on the back. Sorry about that. And
It looks so good.
the tools that we have are the map and a compass, a simple compass, and our brains and our feet, of course. We don't allow any electronic navigation in our events or measurement aids, so we can't measure steps or count steps and things like that except in our head. And we call the sport, we call it the sport of thought. Road gaining is a team sport. Each team can have between 2 and 5 members. We don't generally allow single people to go out by themselves because of safety issues. On very short events we will do that. Events range in duration from 3 hours to 24 hours. And it's a real test of skill, planning, navigation and teamwork. The prizes that we give out are small, but they're significant. It's usually a mug and some pride and personal achievement. The name road gaining is not intuitive.
No.
And you may be familiar with orienteering.
Yeah.
And we share a lot of common ground with the orienteers. In fact, when people ask to define what road gaining is, we say it's pretty much like orienteering, but we do it for longer and we do it as a team. New South Wales Road Gaining is a not-for-profit volunteer-run association with a membership of approximately 2,000 people. We've been around for 40 years and we'll run our 250th event next year. Each year we run 6 to 8 events in country ranging from complete bushland to urban areas. We pride ourselves in treading lightly on the environment and work within the guidelines of the agencies managing public lands. We made our submission to this inquiry to make the point that road gaining has a very low impact on the land that we have events in and is sometimes misunderstood to be an extreme sport. The explicit exclusion of the sport from some areas stems from this misunderstanding. We call for a more consultative approach to the approval of events in designated wilderness areas, nature reserves and water catchments, where limited access may be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Willis or Mr Monteith?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to represent our members and rock climbers from around New South Wales at today's hearing. I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Gadigal land and pay respect to elders past and present. I've been the President of Australian Climbing Association New South Wales since its incorporation in 2019. Prior to this, climbing has been historically invisible despite the activity of the Sydney Rock Climbing Club for over 50 years. They are all our members as well these days. Our organisation has 2 main roles, advocacy and stewardship. Through advocacy, we aim to work with land managers, First Nations people and other stakeholders to promote and preserve sustainable rock climbing opportunities on public and private land. And through stewardship, we aim to protect and improve the natural areas in which we climb by education of leave no trace principles, partnering with land care organisations to do bush regeneration, and also partnering with scientists and ecologists to do vegetation or fauna surveys. I've been a climber for over 20 years and I found climbing a welcoming, diverse and inclusive culture. Climbers, just like parliamentarians, are a broad church, but on the whole they're interested in equity, social justice, environmental protection and have respect for conservation issues. We found ourselves somewhat shocked to become the canary in the coal mine when it comes to recreational land access and its intersection with First Nations restorative justice issues. And increasingly the land managers' responses seem to be to invoke blanket bans. As we've tried to navigate land management systems in New South Wales, we've found this to be inconsistent, opaque and divisive. What we seek is an increased awareness and consideration of the value of the climbing amenity in the state, with regulatory change to support transparency, collaboration and evidence-based decision making.
Thank you. Mr Monteith, do you have anything to add?
Yes, considerable to add. I guess I'm a bit of the passion person from ACA, so I'll go on. I'm wholeheartedly a climbing advocate, and I've been climbing for 35 years myself. My parents were climbers and public servant biologists. I spent my childhood collecting insects for international scientific research across Australia. My young son has been climbing his entire life. I live in a community of climbers, including an Olympian climber in Blackheath in the Blue Mountains, which is internationally recognised as one of the world's great climbing areas, something that most people don't realise. I'm a climbing guidebook author, magazine editor, history buff and local advocate for crag stewardship in the Blue Mountains. I believe in the principle of public land, that every Australian is a part owner of our beautiful and unique natural environments, and we all should have free and fair access to this land. Being proud stewards of this land for future generations is critical for long-term protection of these areas. If everyone has the responsibility, then everyone will care for these areas. Restrictions on access and changes to land tenure away from public-owned land will damage this relationship. I've been lucky to have experienced amazing adventures in the New South Wales bush, and it's integral to my identity. I told my 10-year-old kid this morning that I'm not doing this presentation today for myself, but for his generation and his kids, so they can experience what I have. I wish to table a couple of documents on behalf of the ACA. Firstly, it's just a couple of climbing guidebooks to showcase New South Wales internationally significant rock climbing. a massive tourist draw card that's pretty much off the books of most people in New South Wales. There's also a couple of documents that were kind of stapled together. One is a pictorial map showcasing about a dozen significant areas of rock climbing in New South Wales that are now banned. These areas have effectively been banned since I began climbing. So when I started climbing 35 years ago, we could climb on these areas, and these are now all banned for rock climbing. The second document is a nice, fun, happy document showing all the stewardship activities that the climbing community does in different lands around New South Wales, and that can be council-owned land, national parks. We work on private land, there's climbing areas on private land. This includes track building, rubbish cleanups, weeding, environmental education, and just teaching the next generation about land stewardship. And we're not cleaning up rubbish from climbers, we're doing generalised cleanups on bushwalking tracks and car parks and stuff shared by other users. The final part of this document is just a couple of pages from a very recently published coffee table book highlighting rock climbing around Australia, which already is unfortunately out of date because one of the major areas featured in the guidebook, Mount Alexandra in Mittagong, has been recently banned to all rock climbing. So it's another example of a book that was trying to promote the positive tourist opportunities of rock climbing in New South Wales, and already it's out of date because of another closure. That's it for me.
Thank you. Mrs. Mode, do you have anything?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. Before you, you've got two amazing activities that happen in our public spaces, and we probably represent another 45 plus different activities that happen in public recreation. So on behalf of Outdoors New South Wales and ACT, we're the peak body that represents the outdoor industry, which is not just in recreation, but also the industry behind that, which is about 300 member organisations that are part of myself. And that constitutes over 15,000 employees. We've got over 2 million participants that go into our public spaces every year through a guided opportunity. Our mission in general is to enable people to connect with nature for their health and well-being, and you've heard some of the examples just given to you just then about their own personal gain. But at the end of the day, we are here to get more people connected to get a better health outcome. It's also about delivering safe, sustainable and respectful activities. We do advocate for a balanced approach that recognises both the environmental value of the land, but also the social and the economic importance of our communities and the connection to public space. We believe that a controlled and respectful access to public lands and waterways, including all of our national parks and state forests, is actually essential for community wellbeing, but also education and environmental stewardship. Access to nature is not simply recreation, it's a public health intervention. It builds resilience, it reduces isolation, and it strengthens our connection to country. As the committee considers this important issue, I'd like to emphasise 3 key points from our submission. The first is about access and conservation not being mutually exclusive. With thoughtful management, consultation and clear standards, we can actually achieve both. The second is about the partnerships with land managers. We at Outdoors New South Wales ACT have a fabulous relationship with each land manager, and we catch up monthly, if not bi-monthly, to discuss issues and opportunities. But we need to continue that with a collaborative framework to protect the environment while enabling public participation. And finally, decisions about access must embed First Nations voices and cultural knowledge, but it must be done in partnership, in collaboration, and all voices to be at the table to ensure we're empowering our partners in that land stewardship. In closing, our message is very simple. To see the land is to understand. To understand it is to respect it, and to respect it is to protect it. Outdoor experiences cultivate that respect. So we stand ready to work with government and land managers and communities to create a policy framework that enables people to connect in nature in ways that build respect, improve health, and protect our shared natural heritage for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I might throw to Ms Merton to
thank you
take questions
much.
off.
Thank you to all of you for sharing your experience and passion, which means so much to us on this. If I could possibly start with Mr. Monteith or Ms. Willis, just in relation to your submission. I note you talk of Mount Warning as an example where cultural heritage arguments have sort of overridden 100 years of open public access to that facility. In light of your observations on that, in your view, does this set a precedent that any national park can be permanently closed to climbers, to recreation use, by simply declaring it culturally significant?
It's a very complex issue, and in fact recreational rock climbing is banned under the plan of management already from about the mid-2000s there, and it has not been revised and well overdue to be revised. And we were aiming to put in thoughtful submissions around that time when it came up for redevelopment. However, in the meantime, we understand that the area has been declared an Aboriginal place, and we've written at length in our submission that we do not think that declaration of an Aboriginal place should automatically lead to blanket bans. As Laurie's outlined and as we outlined in our submission, we believe that there needs to be open discourse and that these places should be shared, not shut. And if cultural landscapes are thought to preclude recreational activities, then I don't find that very socially cohesive, and I think it's actually divisive and bad for society overall.
Thank you. Ms. Willis, just to pick up that point, it further states in the submission that, and as you touched on, it should be a reason for celebration and an opportunity for dialogue and understanding, as opposed to access restrictions. What were some of the in terms of the I guess the process that was undertaken relating to Mount Warning? We've had reports here from some of the Aboriginal groups here that by saying the site is sacred, it is so sacred that all should be able to experience it.
So we haven't been heavily involved with other organisations such as Save Our Summits or other protagonists that want the walk open. We may have personal beliefs, but I'm not here to represent that necessarily. However, there certainly seems to be different views amongst Aboriginal groups as to whether it should be open or not. And again, as I've said, we do believe that shutting off an area entirely is not necessarily a good example, especially if New South Wales is moving towards joint management of all national parks and handing over all national parks into Aboriginal freehold and then leasing them back. How the whole Mount Warning Wollongong situation has unfolded seems to have occurred by stealth. There has been no transparency about the decisions and no community consultation or collaboration, and that process is what really concerns us. I'm not going to make a judgment about the merits or not of it being declared an Aboriginal place. I suspect it is. It's an amazing geological wonder. But we feel that there must be open discourse and a different way of doing these things rather than total closure.
Thank you. I guess just in terms of experience with other sort of climbing sites or like this, has there been a greater level of possibly transparency or consultation? Just wondering in terms of, the Aboriginal community concern relating to this. They're saying it's sacred, it should be shared, let's celebrate this.
I can't really report any very positive experiences at the moment. We're obviously not in Victoria, but that has been majorly in the media over the last few years and has caused a great deal of angst across all sections of society in regional Victoria, and we're concerned that things may head in the same direction in New South Wales. There are a few other instances. For instance, Booladila, which is on the mid-north coast, was made an Aboriginal place in 2012. And the author of that report, who I've spoken to, and the previous CEOs of the local Aboriginal Land Council were not opposed to climbing in any way or form. We felt we could develop a collaboration and a shared use of that place. However, what happened is the land managers then stepped in and have said that climbing in an Aboriginal place is not allowed. And that has made things very difficult. It's always very difficult to roll back closures.
That automatic rock climbing is not allowed in our Aboriginal place has applied to other significant rock climbing areas, such as the Three Sisters and the Blue Mountains. It's kind of a default that's put into the plans of management that get written now. Sort of no negotiation there at all. It's just a one-liner that's put in there. If it's an Aboriginal place designated, rock climbing is automatically out, which is very targeted. Often other activities are usually allowed in these places. Mount Warning is a difference where it's entire exclusion of everyone from above the 600 metre altitude, which is even odder. So half of Mount Warning is actually open and half of it's shut. It's only the upper half of Mount Warning that is actually the closure applies to. But that has been that is a test case for us, I guess, and a test case for an example of something that was a decision was made without anyone asking, especially for climbers who were using that area, who were not walking up tourist track, were way around the back on a totally different part of the whole mountain. Often, we had to walk in for. I've climbed on Mount Warning 20 years ago. It was a 3-hour bush bash to get to the bottom of the cliff, and it's a massive expedition. It's it's equivalent to like the north face of the Eiger in Australia. It's a tropical, massive mountain, a really big logistical challenge to climb. And when decisions are kind of made about we're going to ban all access to this area, the land managers of national parks or the state government who's ever made that decision, in their brain, they kind of just thinking, we're going to stop people from walking up that particular tourist track to the top, but totally not factoring in other users of that park that is off their radar. Rock climbing is one of them, very, very rarely considered by anyone. They don't even realise often that rock climbing is occurring on their land, even though it may be happening for 40, 50 years. I first went to Mount Warning in the mid-90s, rock climbing, but it's sort of not even mentioned in their plans of management.
Thank you. Also, in the submission, you make reference to cultural heritage protection can coexist with public access. I guess, what do we know about national parks in terms of possibly trialling or considering or examining managed access? At I guess, such as Mount Warning, it's been successfully done at Ayers Rock, where we've got cultural heritage protection coexisting with public access.
Ayers Rock? Where's Ayers Rock? Oh, you mean Uluru?
I'm not sure Uluru is a particularly good
good
example of public access.
Yeah.
And Wollongong certainly isn't at the moment. What we would like to see would be nuanced and granular decision making, saying here is a panel of art, it should be celebrated, that's amazing. We don't want to rock climb anywhere, on the art or in close proximity to it. But 50 metres along, there's another cliff without art, and we believe these locations can coexist, and that the whole ridgeline or national park or area above 600 metres above sea level, for instance, don't need to be excluded.
And remembering, often we're not talking about new rock climbing discoveries or something. We're talking about someone, thousands of people might be rock climbing in an area for decades and decades, and we know that there's Aboriginal art in a particular cave that's been well known, and it's only in the last couple of years where someone's decided, because there is art in that cave, we should now automatically ban this activity. But the activity's actually been going on for decades and decades without damaging the art, and suddenly we've been told that the presence of rock climbers in the area at all is offensive, and thus you shouldn't be there. I can think of examples in the Shoalhaven area, which Shoalhaven around Nowra has significant rock climbing areas there that have coexisted with Aboriginal cultural heritage for 50 years, and those areas can have 100 cars parked in the climbers' car park, just rock climbers in one area on a weekend, and now we're being told after 50 years, you're not welcome there anymore. You shouldn't be there at all. It's offensive that you're there, which has been fairly confusing for people who have been there climbing, like I have in those places for 30 years. And we're very aware, and we look after the areas that we know have art in them.
Yeah. I mean, the Mount Alexandra case is something that's very topical at the moment. And this was due to art rediscovery, which unfortunately the land manager has sat on for 16 years. And despite, since our inception, having actually started to liaise with that land manager 3 years ago and specifically address our concern that we could be inadvertently damaging cultural heritage, they failed to notify us that there was fairly invisible art that climbs were near. We only found out about this months ago. We immediately contacted Aboriginal people. We removed the climbs adjacent to the art under their supervision, and thought that we had dealt with the problem, but the land manager then went on to close the entire area of over 150 climbs, and kind of demonises the recreational users, instead of taking the opportunity where they could have brought everyone together 16 years ago, or even 5 years ago, or 3 years ago, and I think the outcome would have been very different. That's what we would like to see, that the groups get brought together, they have open discourse, and that this type of thing should be actually legislated, where land managers actually have to involve stakeholders and bring them together. A community is about people working together, not being divided.
The first time we found out about those particular bans at Mount Alexandra was a gate being cemented into the ground and a sign. This is despite us sending us submissions and emailing the council months beforehand saying, let's talk about this, let's try and manage what's happening here. We're aware of this issue, and we got no response from them at all. And we've subsequently had some freedom of information stuff and from them, finding out that they are all talking sort of behind the about the climbing community behind our backs, but like refusing to acknowledge
despite
our
3
correspondence
years,
effectively.
3 years of respectful and concerned submissions where we asked to be brought together.
Okay, no. Thank you for that, and just reminding us about the coexistence here and the importance of consultation, transparency. There's got to be discussion here. It just can't be closed doors. Thank you very much.
Ms. Higginson, do you have any questions?
I just want to ask one thing, if I can, in relation to the rock climbing and where it conflicts, say, with cultural heritage sites. Obviously, rock paintings are one thing, but cultural heritage is so much more than art,
Absolutely.
obviously.
Yep.
Do you think that in these protected area Crown land, where obviously native title is not extinguished and so forth, do you think that it is, or would your pathway of discussing use, do you think it would be appropriate to do that with the traditional custodians of those particular cultural
absolutely.
places?
I mean, our first preference is absolutely to be having the one-on-one conversation.
Yeah.
Often we've seen it, not so much in New South Wales because it hasn't reared its head yet, but in Victoria, which I've been involved in, often the land manager, National Parks Victoria, and there is going out of their way to keep the two groups apart. So they refuse to have meetings between a traditional owner group and the rock climbers, and they say, oh, look, you tell us what you want to say, and then we'll tell them, and then you tell us, and no one's having direct conversations, and we have no idea what's happening, what the person in National Parks is saying.
That may well be because that is the traditional custodians' preferred approach. But we wouldn't know, obviously, if we don't know. But yeah.
I mean, we have reached out to various Aboriginal land corporations to ask, are there any concerns? We'd like to be proactive. That's one thing we've been trying to do, is to actually become proactive. And, I mean, it's not dissimilar to actually reaching out to certain segments of national parks or forestry. We never get a reply, never. So I have written to many agencies and many land corporations, and we hardly ever get a reply. There's one reason we were so encouraged when we did actually get a reply from a representative of around the Mount Alexander issue, and we felt we'd established a good relationship and we felt we could move on from there. And then again, council seemed to derail the whole process, and now we hear that unfortunately Aboriginal people are feeling pressured about the situation, and it doesn't have to be that way.
And just in terms of other areas, I'm not too sure, but in terms of your activities, are there areas that are not national parks where you, I know you mentioned that, you said private land, etc., but are there other areas that are managed by the state government actively or state-owned corporations, such as state forests and other areas where you are undertaking your activities without...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things with rock climbing is that we don't generally require, I guess, management often from land managers. It's an activity that just happens in the bush. Land managers aren't required to install any infrastructure, spend any money. So it's one of the reasons why we're sort of a bit off the radar. Almost any piece of rock in New South Wales has had someone, look at it as a climber's perspective, especially in somewhere like Sydney, where it's full of little bits of rock, very suburban climbing. You have this vision of what a rock climber is. It's climbing a big mountain up in the Blue Mountains, but the majority of climbing happening is happening in all sorts of little pockets of council land, and the other one is in Crown land. There's a lot of climbing that happens even on sort of unallocated Crown land, and that's where we've run into troubles in the past, is these bits of land which almost the state government just sort of has on hold over there, and they don't think anything's happening on it at all, but climbers may have been there for 30, 40 years climbing on a piece of rock there, and then suddenly that piece of land just gets reallocated for some other purpose, and the rock climbers only find out about it after it's been signed off. There's a particular example down in Currarong in Jarvis Bay, where a piece of land there, a sea cliff, which was Crown land, was.
And is there anything in terms of your practice? Is there anything in terms of participants who do things that you don't encourage, such as leave particular bits of infrastructure and pegs and things in rock faces, or is that something that is encouraged? How does that work?
But pegs, I presume you mean safety bolts or fixed protection?
I've got no idea.
Which is actually...
I apologise, I do not know the language. For the first time, road gaining was... I've never heard this word before. I just looked up its origins. It's the people. It was named after the people.
If you want a quick primer in climbing, so there's traditional climbing where you usually go up weaknesses or cracks and you put in protection, and you take this person coming up behind you takes that out. There's also bouldering where you use mats and you tend not to go super high, maybe not over 5 metres. And there's also sport climbing, which uses fixed protection, i.e. the use of safety bolts, which are installed by climbers. Most national parks, people will be quite pragmatic about that and say climbers need to assess this, and it's their own decision whether they use this protection. But there are a lot of standards that climbers adhere to make sure that this is safe. We consider climbing almost a form of vertical bushwalking. We're moving ephemerally through the environment. Yes, there is some fixed infrastructure. Most people wouldn't even notice it. They sometimes, in areas that don't get runoff, notice chalk more than the bolts, which are actually really small. And once you take the removable, what are called quick draws or carabiners off, they're actually really hard to see. Bushwalkers, sometimes would say, look at that, it's damaging the rock. The amount of rock that is displaced by a single hole, it would be, a fraction of this pen, and one step made on a bushwalking track would far exceed any impact made by climbers installing those bolts. So they're there for safety. Often they're actually put in areas of clean rock, so there's no removal of vegetation. The anchors are put in below the vegetation band at the top of the cliff. It means you don't have to top out, you don't disturb the environment there. So they're actually often more environmentally sound in that you're actually just going up and coming down. And so I think there's a general...
Look, and the other thing I would say is about any of this kind of stuff, climbers are very proactive about finding out about, is there cultural heritage there? I mean, that's one of the purposes of the ACA NSW, is we're a point where, you know, Vanessa and I and others are constantly trawling through plans and management maps, finding out stuff. And so if people are wanting to, say, establish a new climbing area, they can come to an organisation such as us and say, hey, is there going to be some problems here? And we can just say, yeah, just so you know, that's just off limits. And there's plenty of those places that climbers have totally self-policed. I can think of, you know, considerable around the Sydney area, which is just, you know, it's not word of mouth, it's printed in those guidebooks that I've given to you, which just says, you know, don't go near this area. Like, you know, it has Aboriginal cultural heritage, stay off. Land managers don't have a big sign saying stay off. It's self-policed by the climbers, and in general the climbing community is very respectful of, you know, environmental and cultural heritage things, quite knowledgeable about plant species, animal species. We very much, as part of the environment, I guess, you know, we see the birds, you know, if we see a bird nesting in the cliff and a little sign gets put up by us, not the land managers, saying please stay off this climb for the spring nesting season because there's a raptor up there. And so that's something that's happening all the time, all throughout the New South Wales climbing areas.
Mr. Barrett. Thank you. I'll try and get some stats up for the other groups. Starting with you, Mr. Mode. Talking about accessing these public lands, you represent lots of different organisations. How do we manage the compatibility or lack of compatibility between different potential users of public lands?
Can I get you to rephrase that? So you're basically wanting to understand the different needs of the public lands? Is that
Do we? Yeah, well, just sort of coexist here. But how do we make sure that different users can coexist? Or are there any red lines that say that use won't work with that use?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, as I said, you know, there's over 45 different activities that operate in public lands. A lot of the self-guided activity is recreation, and it does coexist today. Land managers play a great role in supporting some of the guidance around some of the content that could be supporting some of that recreation activity. The National Parks website is a great example where, you know, they've actually got icons on what activities can be done different places. But take it up a notch, and I suppose when you're dealing with the outdoor industry, these guys are highly qualified in what they do. They have either a certificate in outdoor leadership or a diploma in outdoor leadership, or even just they're actually educators, they're teachers that actually have an outdoor education degree. And a lot of that content is around navigating public lands and understanding topography, understanding weather, all the different mixes are part of their qualifications. So the guide's job is really to assess where is best for that particular activity, guide them through that location in a safe and sustainable manner. Every single one of my guides and even the community before you there acknowledge the existence of what we have as the Australian Activity Adventure Standard, which is the industry guidance for best practice in safety, sustainability and cultural connection. And associated to that, there is some good practice guides. So those that are in the industry certainly are guided by those documents, and that helps that co-navigation and coexistence within public spaces. But from a recreation sense, you know, the ACA New South Wales is a great example of the tools that they provide their community. Bushwalking New South Wales is another great community that supplies resources for their particular use, and the members actually use them to navigate the best courses for their activities. So at the moment they're coexisting beautifully. I suppose to follow on from the previous discussion, if I could just say, we've learnt a lot, you know, with the Arapalis experience and various other experiences on how better to navigate processes generically. I think we need to certainly all buy into this, because the better processes that we could have put into place would have prevented some of these challenging situations. And that's why, you know, to my point 3, we can certainly have this coexistence, but we just need to come together and work collaboratively to do it.
We are, but I just feel like we haven't heard from Miss.
I've got one for the road game.
Well, can I just open to all of you to probably finish this off? Is there anything burning that you need to get off your chest in terms of legislation or regulatory things that changes that would make your activity easier in terms of access? I think that's the main aim, is to try and see where we can pull any of those levers. So, Mr. Ledger.
Thank you for that. One of the points we made in our submission was with respect to wilderness areas. So generally, Roganing's had a very good relationship with forestry and national parks and wildlife. About 30% of the national parks estate is designated wilderness, and wilderness has more controls around it, a higher conservation threshold, but bushwalkers can still go there. The people in this room could go there together and camp. Some wilderness areas, I think 4, have a limit of 8 people, but generally they're still accessible for bushwalkers. However, because roganing is a competitive sport, there's a blanket ban on roganing in wilderness areas. And the challenge we have is that when we're organising an event, the ordinary mortals who are taking part might cover so much distance, but a minority, the more elite competitors, can travel a long way. So in 24 hours, perhaps 100 kilometres. So we have to make the maps large, and then we run into the boundaries of wilderness areas. So we think there's an opportunity to review that blanket restriction with respect to wilderness areas and give area managers of National Parks and Wildlife Service some discretion.
Mr. Wills or Mrs. Wills or Ms.
Can I just effectively, our takeaway here is that, you know, for us, what we're getting here is a change to land tenure in New South Wales, be it, you know, from a national park, from a state forest to a national park or whatever. We currently don't get the feeling that recreational past use is often incorporated into these changes of land tenure. Often we kind of feel like that someone here is signing a document that turns something from something, and the land managers are not looking at the land and seeing who's actually using this and what are they using it for. I heard a bit about this with the Gardens of Stone. Gardens of Stone is a rock climbing area, as was with the four drivers, and I was sitting here nodding behind those guys earlier today, in the sense that decisions were being made to just shut roads and those roads are used by rock climbers to drive to get to the climbing areas. So we're not the four-wheel drive people, but it's another example of we really, someone needs to talk to us before assuming something about rock climbing. And that's what often we get the sense of, that a land manager thinks they know how rock climbing works. They have some preconceived idea, often 30 years out of date. And they don't ask us. The whole big changes will happen, things will change from one to another, and we're just sitting there putting our hands up, literally writing emails, ringing them, not getting responses. And we just feel like it should be required that when some land changes tenure, that the users of that land now, or past users that have been using it for 20, 30, 40 years, are factored into that decision and not ignored.
Could I say that I think that from National Parks and Wildlife Act, for rock climbers, it's considered a dangerous activity, and therefore it acts on an exclusionary principle. So climbers are excluded from areas unless it's deliberately mentioned in the plan of management. Many of the plans are completely out of date. They never considered rock climbing, and therefore technically any climbing that occurs in those areas is illegal, even though land managers often know that it is going on, which is all fine until suddenly it's not fine and someone decides to complain, or there's an incident and then suddenly climbers are considered at fault. So they all need updating.
I would say about that, there was a question earlier today to the other group. we would be totally up for more funding for national parks. Something like new plans of management. Like, why are we looking at national, plans of management? 1992. 1994, some of these plans, like Sydney, major national parks in Sydney, Georges River National Parks, these things haven't been updated in over 20 years, so they actually just don't relate to the current usage of these areas.
And even the modern plans of management often then mention a consent process, for instance, for development of new climbing areas. However, they haven't been developed. There's no climbing management plans, and when you ask what's happening, there's confusion, and they are definitely under-resourced. When it comes to Forestry Corporation regulations, they're completely unfit for purpose when it comes to climbing. As Neil said, I think they were written by someone who probably climbed in the 1950s with pitons. When it comes to Crown land, recreation used to be considered an essential purpose, and that seems to have been taken out of the Crown Land Act or regulations, and we've advocated that it should be given more weight when considerations come to handover of Crown land to freehold, as it seems that recreational users are frequently losing out and are not considered when it happens, and we've given examples of that in our submission. When it comes to local government associations, some councils feel like they need to treat any new proposal when we've been trying to go through the right pathway to get a new climbing area approved, like a house is being built. They a development application type depth with full surveys, notifying locals, going on public submission and so on. And we feel that this is probably overreach, and the council should not be involving itself in aspects of geotechnical safety necessarily, or liability, as the Civil Liability Act 2002 is actually quite protective of our land managers when inherently dangerous activities occurring on their land. Also, we've addressed our concern about Aboriginal place, this move to consider that in a cultural landscape, climbing is not appropriate, or other recreations in an Aboriginal place. And this certainly wasn't the legislation 2 decades ago. In fact, a decade ago, the Minister in the Gazette, when calling Bulladila Aboriginal place, said that this does not preclude pre-existing use of the land. And as I've mentioned, the person doing the report that made the recommendation was actually quite horrified when I spoke to him that climbing had been banned when he knew it was going on. I think we also need to include prescriptive legislation to enshrine the need for including peak bodies in any notification about change in land tenure, and as Neil's mentioned, that's Crown land to national parks or to private freehold, or state forest to national park tenure. And I think there's a place to revisit the institution of more regional parks, which do still fall under National Parks and Wildlife Act, but do allow for other user groups, especially, for instance, dog walkers, and greater emphasis on recreation. And it kind of revisits the old idea of a state recreation area, of which there used to be many in New South Wales, but they have been kind of removed from classification now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just add something just to wrap it all up, I think,
very
from
briefly,
the aspect of the importance of this, getting more people outdoors more often. This is right at the time we've got this social media campaign, about restrictions, and we've got young people trying to get off screens. Our situation is dire. 24% of our population meet the physical activity guidelines. That means that, we've got this whole population that are not physically active as much as they should, and we've got to allow this access to encourage that. Our youth are struggling at finding places to ride motorbikes. They're struggling at finding places to learn how to do various activities and get into some of the programs that are on offer. So, it's a very much not just a one-sided approach. We've got to look at the two sides, and hopefully whatever expenditure you're now going to approve to give to national parks, the reverse side of that is the savings in healthcare. At the end of the day, if we get more physically active, we will certainly see that benefit on that health budget.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for your time this afternoon. That concludes our time. We went a little bit over, but I think it was valuable getting some of that information on the record. We will probably have supplementary questions for you, and the Secretary will be in touch regarding them. We'll now briefly break. May I suggest a working afternoon tea? And we'll bring in the next witnesses forward as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, welcome back to our last session. We'll get straight into it. So I welcome our next set of witnesses. So starting with Mr. Skinner on my left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Yep, Matthew Skinner, New South Wales Acres Association. I'm the president. affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Alcock.
My name's Zach Alcock. I'm an Executive Councillor on the New South Wales Apiarist Association. My affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Michelle Morby, State Secretary, New South Wales Apiarist Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
James Euston, Chief Executive Officer, Australian Forest Products Association, New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Dominic Lane, Senior Policy Manager with the Australian Forest Products Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Dad.
My name is Steve Dadd and I'm the Executive Director of the Pentac Group and also Chair of the Australian Forest Products Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Abbey.
My name is Andrew Abbey. I'm a Policy Director with the New South Wales Minerals Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And just in that same order, does anyone want to make a very brief opening statement? I'm conscious we want to get to some questions. Starting with you, Mr. Skinner.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. On behalf of the New South Wales Apiarist Association, we thank you for holding this hearing. As New South Wales' peak body for commercial beekeeping, we welcome the opportunity to outline the critical importance of viable access to suitable floral resources. Our industry requires fair, equitable and continuous access to public land that is fit for purpose. The food security of New South Wales and Australia is reliant on our access to public land. 1 in 3 mouthfuls of food produced in Australia are wholly or partially reliant on commercial beekeepers assessing suitable floral resources on public lands, such to maintain strength and health of our hives. New South Wales hosts the largest proportion of commercial beekeepers, with approximately half of Australia's 2,000 commercial beekeepers operating over 301,000 beehives. Often the honeybee is the forgotten livestock within the agricultural sector. The honeybee industry is a smaller sector within the agriculture but plays a vital role. Without commercial beekeepers providing effective pollination services, the vast majority of Australia's agricultural sectors would be heavily impacted. Not only the crops are reliant on honeybees, not only the fruits, nuts, vegetables and seed production crops that our colonies pollinate, but also many fodder crops are reliant on our honeybees. Almond pollination is the largest livestock movement in August in Australia each year, with over 300,000 beehives transported to pollinate almond orchards. Commercial beekeepers place their hives within public lands to keep them healthy and productive and allowing businesses to stay viable while increasing numbers to meet growing demand. Many of the pollen and nectar flows provided by native vegetation in our public lands are not found anywhere else. After the Varroa incursion of June 2022, the industry is facing severe challenges and further losses of floral resources on public land will be detrimental. Commercial beekeepers must apply for permits to access bee sites across public land. There is strong competition to obtain permits for valuable sites, and once a permit is secured, it costs $240 per year for the 5-year permit. The usage of some of these sites will vary depending on the floral resources the beekeepers are chasing, and some sites can sit for 4 to 6 years without being utilised. Operators must hold many permits proportional to their operational to maintain a viable business. Large operators hold hundreds of site permits, costing tens of thousands of dollars per year. What do beekeepers get on that return on investment? Our industry face many challenges regarding access to public lands. Key challenges include inhibitory policy around establishment of new bee sites within a growing national park estate, current legislation regarding the feral bee key threatening process based on 30-year-old evidence which is desperate need of review following the incursion of the Varroa mine, transition of the land from public land to freehold Indigenous groups such as Wirrai lands, resulting in total loss of access. The proposed Great Koala National Park has the potential to impact 668 bee sites, with the potential to put multiple commercial operations out of business. Physical access to public lands is an ongoing issue with poor maintenance and overgrown tracks, making access to paid permit sites difficult and often inaccessible. Devastating impacts to bee site access from proposed and current state significant developments in state forest, including renewable projects such as the proposed Sunny Corner wind farm. We have tabled a case study to provide further metrics. This primary producer generates $4.6 million annually, assessing Sunny Corner State Forest alone. The developer is proposing to construct 80 wind turbine generators and clear approximately 500 hectares of vegetation. Currently, the commercial beekeeping industry is in a very tough period. The industry faces many current and projected challenges as access restrictions to public land become tighter. The New South Wales Apiarist Association fully support this inquiry and the need for reform. Thank you. And just like to note the table documents, 9 documents as per schedule, emailed yesterday afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Might jump to Mr. Juice.
Chair, I would, if that's okay, but want to start by saying really incredibly proud to be sitting here with the beekeepers and the Apiarist Association, just because of the contribution they make and their access to public land, as we are with the Minerals Council as well. Thank you, Chair, and to committee members for the opportunity to speak on an issue that cuts to the heart of who we are as a state, our right to access, enjoy and use our public lands. For more than 3 decades since the signing of the National Forestry Policy Statement in 1992, Australia's had a clear, bipartisan and scientifically grounded framework for managing public forests. The NFPS recognised that our forests serve multiple purposes: conservation, recreation, cultural value and sustainable production of timber and wood products essential to our standard of living. Its strength lay in balance, not ideology, and in the creation of transparent processes to protect biodiversity while supporting regional economies. From that policy flowed the comprehensive, adequate, representative reserve system, regional forestry agreements and integrated forestry operations approvals. These frameworks were designed to lock in scientific monitoring, public accountability and long-term certainty. They ensured that conservation areas were systematically identified, and that forestry was conducted under some of the most rigorous environmental standards in the world. Yet since the NFPS was signed, New South Wales has witnessed an accelerating drift away from this balanced model. More than 1.5 million hectares of state forest have been converted to national parks in New South Wales alone since the 1990s, much of it without scientific justification, public consultation, or regard for the social and economic consequences. These conversions reflect a deeper ideological shift driven by activist campaigns, political bargaining, and vested interests, rather than by evidence or community interest. This lock it up and leave it approach falsely presents national parks as the gold standard for forest management. In reality, many national parks are created without baseline ecological data, without long-term monitoring programs, and without the active management necessary to maintain healthy, resilient forests. The outcomes speak for themselves. The conversion of the Pilliga and River Red Gum Forest to national parks has produced declines in environmental health, increased fuel loads and fire risk, reduced access for local communities, and severe economic contractions in towns that once depended on sustainable forestry and recreation. Meanwhile, state forests continue to deliver measurable environmental, social, and economic outcomes. They are actively managed for biodiversity, fire mitigation, cultural access, recreational use, and sustainable timber production. They remain open to the public, unlike many national parks areas where track closures, locked gates, and restrictions have become commonplace. No recent decision illustrates this ideological departure more clearly than the New South Wales Government's moratorium on native forestry across the proposed Great Koala National Park. This moratorium was imposed despite the government having full knowledge of the Independent Natural Resource Commission's latest assessments, scientific findings conclusively showing that selective timber harvesting has no impact on koala density occupancy. Male koala density has declined in areas of national parks that were assessed, with the CSIRO now estimating we have approximately 1 million koalas across Australia, 600,000 of those in New South Wales. These findings should have fundamentally shaped any decision about the Great Koala National Park. Instead, they were largely ignored. The result is a policy that restricts public access, undermines scientific integrity, damages regional communities, and runs deeply counter to the balanced framework established under the National Forestry Policy Statement. The creeping conversion of state forests to national parks is not conservation, it is the abandonment of balanced, evidence-based public land management. It deprives communities of access, removes sustainable industries, and leaves forests unmanaged in the face of drought, dieback, and catastrophic fires. It's time for New South Wales to return to the principles of the National Forestry Policy Statement that includes balance, science, and public access, not ideology. Thank you for having us, the timber industry, here. We look forward to your questions today as well.
Mr. Dad, did you want to add anything from the Pentark perspective?
Chair, thank you for the opportunity to provide some input to the inquiry today. Much of what we've just heard from the Australian Forest Products Association New South Wales I would endorse, so not too much other than to say that the Pentark Group, our organisation, privately owned company, we've got up to 20 sites around the country, employ over 600 people in the forest products industry. Amongst our workforce, many people who use those forests that we're talking about for recreational purposes, families, four-wheel driving, camping, horse riding, etc., etc. So the loss of those state forests to national park is of great concern to them, of course to us as an industry, but also to those as members of the community. What I would say just briefly though, if that on a national level I remain concerned about ideology rather than science shaping public policy in this space, and I'm concerned that what we've seen in WA and Victoria is now being repeated in New South Wales. I think if through neglect or poor policy we follow the same path as those other states, we'll not only see an enormous loss of employment, but the worsening of a supply crisis as we try and resolve housing crisis as the market ticks up, irreplaceable vacuum skills and assets to fight fires and protect communities, the loss of expertise in forest management and the awakening of Indigenous forest management as well. We'll also see, a changed experience for tens of millions of public visitations to those forests. And finally, enormous pressure put on Asian, African, South American old-growth forests who operate under far less sustainable conditions than ours as the markets seek to rebalance supply. I don't want to repeat anything else that's just been said, so looking forward to questions. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Abbey?
I'll be pretty brief. Thanks for having us. I don't have much further to add to the submission other than to emphasise a couple of points. The existing level of access to the various types of public lands to undertake exploration activities, to understand the state's resources is generally supported from a Minerals Council perspective. However, we do want to see this level of access maintained and not be eroded. Whilst there can always be improvements to regulatory processes from our perspective about our ability to access the lands we're able to access, we also accept the need for reasonable requirements around obtaining landowner or land manager approvals, environmental approval requirements, terms and conditions governing activities, etc., as well as rehabilitation requirements. We also support the ability for very low impact activities such as fossicking, which is mainly a recreational activity, as distinct from other types of regulated exploration activities, to take place on public lands with the necessary reasonable checks and balances. Also, we pointed out in the submission, in terms of accessing mining land that's under active rehabilitation for recreation activities, as outlined in our submission, the chief concern is potential health and safety risks associated with active rehabilitation areas and/or operating mine sites. If the land has been rehabilitated and mining activities have ceased and there are no health and safety risks for people who are seeking to access land, then conceptually accessing these lands for recreational activities will be supported subject to all necessary land ownership arrangements and approval issues being sorted out, as well as management arrangements being addressed. However, this also needs to factor in any regulatory limitations governing former mining lands once they have ceased operations. Thanks for having us. Happy to take any questions.
Sure, thank you. I might just start off and I'll try and fire off a question to each different group. Just to the APRIS Association, obviously you spoke about different access restrictions in your submission, and we've heard a lot about national parks, but something that interests me was the TSRs and the access arrangements with them and how that can impact your operations. I just wonder whether you can elaborate on that and how we may potentially overcome some of those access restrictions on TSRs.
Yeah. So many beekeepers obviously rely on the travelling stock routes. They're something that we all use. In regards to access, tracks aren't maintained. Guardrails being put up in front of blocking access. Fencing. No awareness. Conflicting use with other land users, and so on. So yeah.
And what about weed management in terms of, managing the vegetation in that area? Is that also an inhibitor on your operations?
It is potentially, but we're not here to stop weed management. We would like access to the TSR to fly. Bees can fly up to 5 kilometres, so we've got a lot of neighbouring land.
In terms of, thank you for that. In terms of forestry, Mr. Tish, you spoke about the conversions of state forests to national parks, and obviously over time and how that's changed access. Have you ever seen, I guess, in the history of these land tenure changes, access improving when it gets transferred from state forest to national park? Does the promise of ecotourism ever eventuate based on your historical knowledge?
I think that's the point. The promise is never realised. It's a terrible lie to sell to communities that we will replace an established industry that provides high-paid, skilled work and replace it with an industry that will be less job secure, pay less, and based on an idea that hopefully we can attract people to these regions. The example of the red gum forests down in the south part of our state is probably the most timely and relevant area, and I'm sure you've been down there and visited those forests and spoken to those communities, the business owners. It decimated that community, that part of the state, when timber industry left. It was one of the key anchor industries that drove economic development in those areas. They've suffered the economic downturn and consequences of that, along with some other decisions along the way outside of forestry. But the promise is never realised because it doesn't exist. What we have said to this government through the establishment of the Great Koala National Park, where the promise of tourism has been strongly promoted, is if there was a market for people to come to Australia to visit, to see koalas, they can do that right now. We have 7.6 million hectares of national parks that are open to tourism all we need to do is find the koalas and bring in the tourists. We didn't need to convert 176,000 hectares to try and lure tourists from overseas. If it was an existing market, if we could do it, it would have been done. The other point about that is the capital investment required to establish some of these tourism operations. We see a lot of money put on the table to do, when we close an industry for redundancies and buyouts. It's never followed up by establishing actual tourism infrastructure within these parks. And I'll make the final point on this is we have some fantastic tourism infrastructure set up through our state forests and dotted along the 2 million hectares that are beautiful areas ready to go for tourists. We attract 30 million visitors to our state forests every year. National parks get 58 million. We're 2 million hectares, they're 7.6 million hectares. If you're going to be fair dinkum about this koala park, we would hope to see that there's actual dollars put into tourism attraction, but we think that is a myth that has unfortunately been sold through the creation and establishment of the park.
Just Mr. Dad, you were talking about your workers and etc. Do you have any sense of how many of your workers or employees also use the forests for recreation as well as obviously their livelihoods? Do you have any sense of how much the forests serve as a dual purpose for your employees?
Chair, the forests are vital to our employees, both for work and for recreation and for lifestyle. They mostly live in regional communities, and of course on weekends the forest is their backyard. And many of them are heavily involved in community activities and sport and recreation in those state forests, which they know well. Those state forests provide free access for them. There's not a lot of them that are in a high socioeconomic status, and the cost for a family of accessing many of the national parks is something that weighs on their mind. They also have freedom in the state forest, which they just don't get in corresponding national parks.
Just with that in mind, you talked about access fees, particularly the proposed changes to camping fees in national parks. Have your employees raised that as increasing their concerns around their ability to access, public land, or making it, less accessible if they have to fork out the equivalent of an Airbnb for a week to go camping?
Yeah, I have heard them talk about that. I mean, in a sense, an outraged tone about having to pay for areas that they have for, in some cases, generations access for free with relative freedom. Camping, fishing, benign recreational activities is something that they've taken for granted, and to pay for that is something that's not only difficult for them, the cost of living crisis, etc., but also something that kind of, I think, cuts them to the core of their freedoms as citizens. I think there's 30 million visitations to those state forests every year, and all of those are free, and I think that's going to be constrained if we continue to convert to national parks. Could I just also point out too that many of those same people not only enjoy the forest for their recreation, they rely on those forests for their employment. They also protect those forests as part of RFS and other organisations. Many of them apply their intimate knowledge of those forests and their training they receive with us as an industry in terms of protecting those very same forests. And we saw that in the last fires in 1920 where more than 600 forest industry workers were on the front line for months protecting assets, their own livelihoods, communities, and I don't think there's enough recognition for the work they play in preserving forests in that way. I think the most biodiverse and healthy forests are also safe forests, and I think these are the people that keep them safe.
Thank you for that. Mr. Abbey, just questions for you. In terms of, you said you were reasonably comfortable or happy with, I guess, the access arrangements for exploration, and you'd like to keep them as they are. Is there anything on the horizon that you see as any potential threat to that?
When I say we're happy with the types of classifications of public lands that we can access, for example, state conservation areas, crown lands, forestry, etc. We're happy with with the various types. We're not seeking to access national parks or expand into there. There's no suggestion or otherwise related to that. I guess any threat would be any changes to that. There's none foreseeable, but the increases in national parks, where they overlay any of the state's resources, it obviously switches off the opportunity for anybody to have a look at the potential of those resources, whether they be critical minerals, coal or whatever.
Yeah. And just the issue, you brought up the issue of the rehabilitated mine sites and the ability to access them for recreation. Obviously, you represent a lot of different companies. Is this a position that all of them have signed up to in terms of, potentially opening up rehabilitated mine sites subject to all the boxes being ticked?
It's not a well-positioned New South Wales policy that's been debated at length, rapidly in response to the front part of the terms of reference. But fundamentally, health and safety and the regulatory requirements of any active or active rehabilitation site or active mine site would be front and foremost, fundamentally. But as I said, once rehabilitation has occurred, it would be worth having a discussion about, and I'm sure a number of companies, particularly in regional areas and some of the smaller mine sites, a number of companies would be open to the idea of having a conversation about what opportunities would exist there. The only qualifier I would add, and I alluded to it, is whilst there's a mining lease in place, there's a whole bunch of rules and requirements under a mining lease which change if liability requirements and who's responsible and the threshold around workplace health and safety and the like. So subject to those matters being resolved, I suspect a number of companies would be willing to have a conversation if they're sitting on a bunch of land that's on the edge of Cobar that would represent a great bike trap, for example, or something. Who knows? But it's worthy of a discussion.
Yeah, but outside of those, I guess, mining lease requirements, there's nothing that comes to mind from your view in terms of legislative that's overly prohibitive from us having this conversation and moving that conversation forward into something actionable.
Well, this sort of touches on another inquiry, the post-mine land use inquiry, and having a look or investigation of what the rules are currently doing, both through the EP&A Act, through development consents, and the mining lease through the Mining Act, subject to there's post-mine land use development consent requirements that are enduring. So subject to resolving those issues and where it makes sense to do so and where it's a beneficial use, those things would need to be worked through without question.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Barrett, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thanks. If I come to the APRA Association, please. Looking at BPAS, my understanding of BPAS is that there's still sites available. There are high sites available. What does that tell us about supply and demand at the moment? And I guess as you're answering that question, where are we trending as far as the number of sites that are available, and what does that mean for the future of the industry?
Well, there's a number of factors with that. Not all of the sites are usable. There's a number of sites that are totally inaccessible for a truck, which most commercial operators are using. There is a significant period of financial hardship in the industry at the minute, so there is a number of people cutting back sites because of the fees. We've lost a lot to natural disasters, bushfires. Some of that hasn't recovered, and that throws back to national park even. Some of it's overgrown vegetation, burnt too hot, and we lost all our trees, and they've been dropped. And generally that significant number of sites that are available aren't really usable or accessible for that matter.
So it's not just about the number of sites, it's the number of quality sites. Which way are we trending as far as the availability of sites, and what does that mean to the future of the industry, given that its importance and its challenges at the moment?
Well, a lot of our good resources, so floral resources, what we derive our nectar and pollen from to keep our bees healthy, we're losing, for a number of reasons. On public land, access being one of them, just bridges, bad roads, native title, Indigenous freehold. There's an example in the Werri area. where our lands, we lost 43 sites through the transfer to freehold. That they have not been able to obtain access, the permanent holders. There's been a significant flowering event this year, and that could potentially, with the challenging times in the industry, put some commercial beekeepers out of business, which is quite detrimental to our food security.
Any idea how many more sites you need to support the industry?
Sky's the limit. I can't actually answer that. We would take that on notice, but I think, yeah, the most we can get would be ideal. It's very hard to put a figure on. There's a lot of sites, national parks out there, with no sites on them at all, with huge potential. So there is, what I'd like to say, there is potential, good resources if National Park would have us in for example, Goulburn River National Park. It's got no bee sites at all. There's a number of small national parks throughout New South Wales with no bee sites at all. yeah, Mogo National Park. So there's quite a lot out there with no bee sites that we need access in this for bees.
If I can come to forestry, Mr. Juice, in your submission, you spoke about the forest being actively managed for recreational use. What are the outcomes for that as far as visitation and the access available for the people of New South Wales?
Well, Forestry Corporation manages about 60,000 kilometres of roads through our state forests. What that does is unlocks those areas with quality roads that people can actually use to visit key areas, key recreational sites. And that also comes with the management of key tourism locations as well for people to get in there and use those sites. That is largely helped and funded through the sale of hardwood timber products. There is a community service obligation grant that Forestry Corporation receives from the state government to help with some of those management costs. But removing the revenue from timber product harvesting makes it a lot harder to fund those activities without going back to the bank, without going back to Treasury and taking it out of consolidated revenue, as is often the case with national parks, where we see the comparison to national parks. There just isn't that level of management for an eye to tourism, for an eye to public access to those forests. One of the trade-offs of having movements through state forests for harvesting and productive activities is that you do unlock that land in a safe way. We're talking about graded roads and better access for tourism. One of the other elements that it's also really important for is it creates tracks and easy access through our forests when it comes to immediate responses to things like bushfires. Without those, it's a lot harder to get on top of a fire, to access the most critical points of where that fire is, to get on top of it early. So there's a real fear that without that management from a pure access perspective, it'll be harder to get on top of fires that will come in the future.
I could keep going, Chair, or hand over to
Ms. Merton or Ms. Hutchinson.
Mr. Alcott, when you said about TSRs and access, you said that it's an issue that fences are going up. Can you elaborate on that? Who's putting up fences in TSRs now?
The fences aren't necessarily the issue. It's that we're not getting any notice of padlocks being put on, guardrails being put up. We just need continued access to these TSRs.
Is the TSR, just in terms of that, is your experience that it's local landholders that are adjacent to those TSRs that are currently responsible for some of that practice? Or?
Not necessarily. Sometimes it is. It can also be the local land service themselves, due to a number of reasons, and we do feel not included. There are some good ones, but
I was going to ask that next. Does it depend a little bit on which LLS in terms of your relationships, the APRIS relationships, or?
Would just touch back to about the fencing. Like when they do put up new fences, sometimes they'll change the location of where the gate was, and when we're coming with trucks, heavy vehicles loaded right up, that access point back to that access
All of
point.
a sudden the gate's not where it was.
Yep.
Yeah. We're also experiencing council and RMS putting obstructions in our way, and we get no thought. So that's another.
And just in terms of your, your members and APRAs, what's the ratio between private land and public land in terms of the overall across New South Wales?
That statistic is quite hard to
Yeah, that would be a hard one
because the
you don't
private
necessarily know.
lands aren't reported on,
Yeah.
and we don't want that reported on. But I do know from experience in beekeeping and the industry for generations that nearly all commercial beekeepers utilise public lands
land,
to make their business viable. So.
Thank you. Mr. Just, in terms of logging, and I think possibly Mr. Dad as well, you talk about this idea that the creation of national parks from state forest is ideological. Do you accept that? Obviously, I understand you are both. This is your vested interest. I get it. This is your business. For example, Mr. Dad and Mr. Juice, I know that this is your job. You are the advocate for the logging industry. Do you accept in any modern world, that the broader membership public of New South Wales may see that there is a need and a desire now to want timber products from plantation, and that moving out of native forest logging, and I know the example was given of Victoria, Western Australia, as if it was simply some ideological thing, not some genuine public interest, public policy move. What is your kind of position on that proposition?
Well, there is simply just is not this broad scale uprising of the public wanting to see state forests in the first instance converted to national parks, and I think you've seen that through the sentiment through this hearing. It's certainly not what we see in our regional communities where these people are based.
Sorry, just in terms of this hearing, this is day one.
Yeah, but just through what we've heard today
this cohort today is about recreational users.
Yes. Yeah. The second point is around the use of timber from plantations versus public hardwood products. We as the timber industry need to do a better job in the first instance of educating the public around what our different tree species do and the contribution they make across our economy. But by and large, our plantations have nowhere near the durability and the qualities required to do a range of things across our economy, including the structural integrity for things like flooring, decking, panelling and cladding that has the aesthetics behind it as well. For power poles, critically, we do not get power poles out of plantations. For some of the 80% of the states of the countries, structural mining materials for underground mines comes from that area. We cannot substitute these products for plantations.
So can I just, on that one, with the power poles, what about Essential Energy not wanting timber power poles anymore and moving to composite products? And I'm just curious about to what extent are you, engaged with and keeping up with the fact that there is a massive body of material where people are looking for alternatives now purely because they want to protect what's left of our native forest?
No, that's just, it's not accurate. And the decision by...
So Essential Energy is not
The decision by Essential Energy to move into composites was because they didn't have the critical supply they needed from power poles. If they had that pipeline of supply for hardwood power poles, that is their material of choice. They had to pivot because there were gaps in the supply. And there were largely gaps in the supply because of consecutive government decisions across various years and various terms of government that has shrunk the area of state forest available for timber harvesting.
Is it your submission then that you think there should be more forests available for logging in New South Wales, native forests available for logging in New South Wales?
We certainly shouldn't be going further backwards for our own sovereign capability and products that we require.
So it's not your proposition. So your proposition is that you don't need or want extra access for your industry. You've got what you've got.
In the first instance, it's critical that we don't keep going backwards.
Right.
In the second instance,
Sorry, going backwards in terms of creating
conversion of
Right.
state forests to national parks. In fact, we would like to see a moratorium on further conversions of state forests to national parks. We do need to have a look at how we access a material as critical as hardwood timber, because if it's not coming from Australia, it's coming from overseas. The most profitable environmental crime on the planet is the illegal trade in hardwood timber products and timber products.
So but that's a Commonwealth, like the federal government could regulate that tomorrow by not allowing those products in the country, right?
We could brush it off and say, well, the demand is created for those products when we close off our state industry. So we are actively accelerating the trade in illegal timber products, which is cutting down, clear-cutting forests, often rainforests from our neighbouring countries. So I do not accept, and it's not our experience, that this is upwelling of support for conversion of from state forests to national parks, and there's very good reasons for that.
And so what do you say, there's been some comments about the Great Koala National Park. What do you say about the numbers in terms of the public support for that park? I mean, obviously the Minns Labor government was elected on the promise of creating the Great Koala National Park. I know your industry is not happy about it, but what do you say about, I mean, I think it was like 70% of voters in that Port Macquarie area. Well, what do you say to those numbers of the support for the Great Koala National Park?
We accept there's a government mandate for that national park. I'm not sure what numbers you're referring to at a more local level, but we saw that the member for Coffs Harbour returned on a policy that did not support that national park at a local level. Same with the Port Macquarie seat was held by a government that did not support the establishment of a Great Koala National Park. I don't have any figures that you may be referring to around people that approve of the national park at a state or a local level.
I think there was there was polling that said 73% of Port Macquarie voters supported the Great GKMP, 73% of Port, 70% of Coffs, 64% of Oxley voters. Anyway, but that was...
I'm aware of polling by the Greens, but
no, it was not our... we can't really afford polling. It was the Pi 6 polling. I think there was... Anyway, doesn't matter, but it seemed like there was significant support for the Great Koala National Park, and there has been great celebration about it. I understand there are impacted workers, and that is significant. Nobody wants to see impacted workers, but this is an industry that has kind of been heading this way, isn't it?
I might hand over to Mr. Dad here, but there's certainly, I would not characterise this decision on the North Coast with anything near celebration at all. I think it has been, and the way unfortunately it came down on Father's Day, it could have been done better. But the flow-on effects of that, I think, I certainly wouldn't say it has been warmly welcomed, let alone celebrated. But I might hand over to Mr. Dad.
Ms. Higginson, it's important, I think, to get some facts on the table about forestry in this country. We have 140 million hectares of forest. Around 7 million hectares, or just under 5%, is subject to harvesting for forestry activities in any form. And of that, about 2 million
just in
hectares...
terms of that, you're Australia-wide?
Correct.
Yeah, because in New South Wales there's only about,
25 million hectares in New South Wales, so the ratios are similar.
Yeah, and there's only about, 1.8 of public native forest.
In New South Wales.
In New South
Wales, correct,
yeah.
Yes. And of that, more than 50% is in permanent exclusion zones, and within that 50% that is subject to harvesting, only 1% is harvested on an annual basis, subject to all sorts of environmental controls.
Yes.
So it's a fairly light touch. But back to the point, nationally, 140 million hectares of forest, less than 5% of that is subject to harvesting in any form. 2 million hectares of that is plantations. In fact, that figure is shrinking year on year. It's dropped more than 10% in the last decade. We have a trade deficit in this country of timber products. We export $3 billion of timber products. We import $7 billion of timber products. We cannot feed ourselves in demand for timber. And The concern I have is that many people talk about a just transition to plantations. I've heard that many times. The reality is there just isn't the forest available. There hasn't been the forward thinking and planting to give us anything like the volume of timber that we need from plantations. The native forest.
And so you say, therefore, that justifies us continuing to damage the public native forest estate through logging. That's the justification.
No, not at all. I guess I'm pointing out that the demand at the moment is there for timber products that need to come from the native forest because we just haven't planted enough plantations. I'd also reject the premise that there is damage to those native forests subject to forestry activities. The checks and balances in place, the regulations that we work within mean that we run a forever industry. And the fact that, in the Great Koala Park region alone, there was 12,000 koalas is evidence of that.
I understand that, but how can you maintain that view when we're seeing less and less yields available and yields are not able to be fulfilled, and we've grossly overestimated those yields? The government is falling short in being able to provide to yourself and industries high quality saw logs, and it's just not the fact, is it? We just can't maintain the industry. It's not a forever industry for some of the reasons Mr. Just has explained. Anyway, I've been to many logging operations and I would call it damage. That's what happens. We may have differing views on damage. I've seen dead animals. That's what happens. It just so happens that that small but significant native hardwood forest estate happens to harbour some of our most endangered animals as well, and that's the reality. I suppose it's competing. So I understand your desire to want to maintain access.
Is there a question in there? Or
I think I was questioning setting the facts straight for the record. But thank you.
Conscious that we've gone to 3:31. Unless you wanted to respond to that
Only
diatribe
that
rather than a question.
if there's a question in that, I would refute the assertion that forestry in and of itself is damaging to the environment. Far from that. I think a healthy forest is a safe forest and one that's managed for fuel load, for permanent multi-purposes, including recreation and forestry. And if you look hard at a landscape level at the forest that we have managed as an industry for more than 100 years, you would see enormous biodiversity characteristics and a sustainable model.
Thank you.
Ms. Merton, do you have any questions? Okay, well that does take us to the end, unfortunately, but I imagine we'll have some supplementary questions to put to you, and given it's getting towards Christmas, you'll have some extra time to get back to us with that. But thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.